The Environmental Health Registration Board meeting is convening at 9:01 a.m. on October 17th, 2025. This meeting is being held in person through MS Teams video conference and is being recorded. The recording will be posted to the internet for public viewing. I will now call roll. Scott Kruger, present. Bonnie Simpson.
Present.
Rhonda Robb.
Present.
Sean Rochette.
Present.
Dr. Eric Lamb.
Present.
Jesse Lanou.
Present.
Members, when you wish to speak, please state your last name for the record. Board members are asked not to use the chat feature during meetings. The Health Licensing Office asks that individuals attending through MS Teams keep their phones muted and cameras off during the entire meeting until they are given an opportunity to comment during the public and interested parties' feedback period if indicated on the agenda. Public comment is limited to matters listed on the meeting agenda or topics relevant to what this board has statutory authority to regulate. Public members wishing to speak, please sign in on the roster sheet available in the room or email Josh Page at josh.page, P-A-G-E, at oha.oregon.gov and provide your first and last name. Everyone is asked to use appropriate language, manners, and protocols when conducting board business.
Fantastic. Thank you, Scott. So the first thing on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. So we need someone to make a motion, we need a second, and we need a roll call approval, please.
This is Rochette. I move to approve the agenda.
Thank you.
Simpson, second the motion.
Great. Scott, if we could get a roll call?
All those in favor say aye. Scott
Oh, no,
Kruger.
one at a time. Thank you.
Scott Kruger, aye. Bonnie Simpson.
Aye.
Rhonda Robb.
Aye.
Sean Rochette.
Aye.
Dr. Eric Lamb.
Aye.
Jesse Lanou.
Aye.
Fantastic. That is excellent. So today is a special meeting. We are going to go over the rules, the draft rules that were seen by the Rules Advisory Committee, and we're going to make some suggestions. I wanted to know, can you guys see my screen? Because we're going to be doing some live wordsmithing.
Yes.
Can you?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay, fantastic. So just because I want to get us all set up, so we're going to do some things today. Hopefully you guys all had a chance to read the legislation. It's big. Our piece starts on page 4. And essentially, this modernizes the Environmental Health Registration Board's statutes, the ancient statutes that drove everybody crazy with all the time traps and the specificity. So what it does is it drops out some of those time traps. It updates environmental sanitation to environmental health, which is a more modern term, and it's broadened some requirements. So what we did within the office is we held several internal stakeholder meetings where the licensing department, the regulatory department, we all got through, because these rules have not had a top to bottom cleaning since 2012. There really was no reason, because your statutes were so limiting, right? But now that the sun is shining in, we have an opportunity to go all the way through. So if you like, obviously definitions are first, but those are really driven by acronyms or words within the statute or within the rules that need defining, because they might be indirect terms, they might have a statutory requirement on them. So we can race through definitions, or we can just start in the next section. Does anybody have any preferences? Because we're going to go line by line.
I would say let's start in the Simpson. Let's start in the next section.
Okay, because as you can see, there's just, the cross through is potentially going, bold is added. Okay, just so that we all know. Obviously, environmental health now has a new statutory definition. and we got rid of some things. So we can start in fees. Now, we don't really have a lot of authority over fees. They're established by a rubric by the fiscal experts up in Portland. But what we did notice as we were going through these was the registration by reciprocity was more. And we were like, that doesn't seem to fit today's world. So we dropped that down to the same price as everything else. Again, when rules, fees were established so many years ago, and we ask people within in the building who have been here for a while, do you have any idea why this is like this? If they don't know and they can't explain it, then we're going to go ahead and make things right-sized. Okay, if that makes sense to everybody. And feel free to jump in because I have to have. Oh yes, Scott, please.
I just wanted to know what are you displaying, because I'm seeing windows open in multiple layers in a background picture.
Yeah, you should be looking at the text. And I'm glad you jumped in because the problem is I'm sharing this screen with you guys, and to see your hand up, it's behind. So when you spoke,
And you can't see anything.
Okay.
They're just multiple layers open. You can't see what you're talking about.
Okay, hold on one second. Josh, can you come over here for 1 second? Thank you for letting me know because I've got my share screen on.
It's sharing, it's just not showing what you want us to see.
Okay. I wanted them to see.
I saw the window with the text in the background. It just wasn't displaying up front.
Okay, hang on 1 second.
That's better. Thank you.
Okay, do you see fees in front of you?
We do. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, no, thank you. I appreciate it. It's the new teams. Everyone had to update it, and it's got a few little things on it. So let me move you up on the side. You might want to just jump in because since I have this in front of me, I may not necessarily see that you have your hand up. So just jump on in if you have any questions or issues, but just be sure to identify yourself by last name so I know who I'm talking to. So again, we were talking about reciprocity. We could not, for the life of us, understand. We thought maybe it has like a built-in affidavit of licensure or something, but we weren't sure, so we just lowered the reciprocity fee to be in line with everything else. We do not do the written environmental health specialist test anymore. We use the NEHA, so that's going away. Now, our first change, and we'll talk about the requirements, is the trainee registration. Okay. Yes, you need 2 years of work. And when we get into the meat of it, you'll see what I'm talking about. Technically, you can be a trainee for a year with a graduate degree if everything goes well. And again, we're talking about the equivalent of a year. We're not playing those hourly things anymore, right? Because they broadened it out. And that's where a lot of people have gotten in trouble. You know, they have a life event, something happens, and that 2-year relentless clock was clicking. So what we thought we could do, and this is, again, our idea, you give me feedback on this, is we'll offer the trainee registration, an EHS trainee, $150 for 1 year. And that way, if you come in with a graduate degree and you get that year, you're done. That's all you have to pay for. But we are, as you'll see later on, allowing people to accrue their 2 years of experience over a broader period of time if perhaps they're going full, part-time, or they have a life event. So this way they can just pay for what they need. Does that make sense?
It does.
Superb. Because again, we're trying to right-size things. The wastewater specialist, the same thing. If you come in with a graduate degree and you only need a year, then that's all you need to pay for. You don't need to pay for 2 years and only need 1. Okay? So as we come down, we are seeing the trainee extension. Instead of doing 6-month increments where they have to track their time and contact us twice and send in what the work they have, we'll just do a year. You want to extend it for a year? Have a year. It just seemed to solve a lot of concerns. And again, a lot of these are fueled by issues that have come up in licensing, issues that have been brought to me, issues that I'm sure as members of the board and professionals, this has come up with you too. You know, why do I have to do it every 6 months? We're kind of like, let's just keep it simple, right? We'll do a trainee extension, $150. And again, $100 times 2, you know, so that's $200 a year. We'll lower it to $150 and we'll just make it a year. And just reduce the paperwork, reduce the burden. Does that make sense?
Hey, Anne, this is Rhonda.
Yes, Rhonda.
Is there a maximum on this trainee?
We will get to that. Put a
Okay.
pin in that, smarty
Okay.
pants. We're going to get there. Okay.
Great. Thank you.
That's fantastic. Again, this is why sometimes we go over things and you wonder how it relates. And you want to go left to right when you read, you want to go top to bottom. But sometimes this is all the kind of facts and you don't know how they fit together. So just keep a pin in that because we have ideas. The other
This
thing
is
we are
Kruger.
at, yes, Kruger.
I just wanted to ask, I don't see, do you not include renewing online at a fee of $100 in this fee schedule?
Actually, if I can bring this up, I believe, yeah, you see how this is struck out? The director, and again, I can take feedback back to him, was looking at your fiscals. And it's my understanding, and I think you probably saw this at the last meeting, you guys are starting to dip a little bit financially. And it was the director's instruction to strike the online discount starting in January until you guys start entering the, you know, start growing a little bit instead of declining until you guys level out.
Okay. That's not great news, but okay.
Okay, I can make a note on this, or I will make a note to myself to take it back. I know it's hard, but I can say that the board questioned the online discount. But what's nice about the online discount is that we don't have to go to the legislature to bring one in. But it's up to the office discretion. You know, when you guys your revenues were exceeding your expenditures, and right now you're declining. And we don't want to let you get below point because if you had a case or something, we don't want you going into the red. We don't want you dipping below. So it's something that online discount. It's
I'd
something
agree.
where, go ahead. Who was this?
Yeah, sorry, this is Rhonda. I would agree with Scott that online discount is pretty important for us right now and moving forward in the next couple of years. So
Okay.
if there's any way to bring that, to not strike that, that would be super.
Okay, well, I can bring that to the director, but again, the fiscal piece
Mhm.
and making sure that your board is solvent because some boards here are not. And we don't want to see you go into the red because it's so hard to come back. And, you know, you get one case and it can wipe you out. So this is something that the office offers at its discretion based on fiscal projections. And it's something I can mention. You know, nobody wants to pay more, right? But this was something that was offered with the understanding that can also be repealed. Yes, I see a hand up.
Yeah, this is Rochette. I'm just curious. I understand the fiscal side of it, but why
Mhm.
wouldn't we raise both I guess the paper renewal and the online renewal proportionally? Just I would think that we would want to incentivize in rule the online route due to the processing resources that it takes to process something manually.
I understand, and that's why that discount is only offered to those who renew online. If you
Right.
renew by paper, you do not get that discount. Tina?
Yeah, and we're not raising, you said that we're raising your renewal, your paper renewal, and we're not, that's staying the same.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I guess I'm asking why not increase that? Well, so maybe you all can clarify. We're just taking away discount that has been in place for some time now for online renewal. Is that the right way to say it?
Correct. Correct. It was something that a few years ago, your board was, and this was I can look and see when the rule was filed because I did it, but your revenues were exceeding your expenses to the point where our director at the time, Sylvie Donaldson, looked at it and said, we want you guys to have a nice cushion in case you have a case. Because and again, the cushion is established by a fiscal rubric, by what the average case costs, legal fees, and we can only, even if we prevail in a bad case, we can only recoup 5,000 of legal. And that is a drop in the bucket if you have a bad case. You can burn through 100 grand in a heartbeat, right? So what
Right.
the fiscal experts try to do is make sure that you guys have a cushion if you need it, but you're not becoming the bank of environmental health. And at the time, your revenues were starting to come up, and our director at the time said, let's go ahead and incentivize the online renewals because it takes less staff time. It's easier for everybody, less paper, less resources, as you pointed out, Sean, astutely. So we
Right.
offered this, and the picture today, according to our director, is looking different than it did 4 or 5 years ago when this was offered. So the proposal was to go ahead and strike that and go back to the standard renewal fees that we've had established through the legislature. Does that make
Right.
sense?
And yeah, and Rochette continuing here that
Mhm.
I guess my only concern is that by getting those two avenues, at the same fee once again, we're de-incentivizing the online renewal that we would like to see. But I also understand that it's, making this decision prevents the need to increase the base renewal fee, if you will.
Right. And just so that you all know, number one, we understand the difficulty. There's no question about it. When we increase, and this is the tough part. A discount is something that the office can offer through rule at any time at its discretion. It can also remove one at its discretion. If you have to raise fees, you have to go through what's called the 333 process. And the legislature, we always talk about this, right? The three things that Oregonians value: inclusivity, transparency, and frugality. You got to be careful with those dollars. So there's an actual law that says if you're going to raise licensing fees or fees that people can't avoid paying for, right? You have to pay it in order to make a living or do anything, that you have to go through an extensive process where DAS gets involved, the legislature gets involved, and you have to explain to them why there is no other way to raise fees. I mean, there's just no other alternative. You have to raise fees, and it is long and it is complicated. And that's why we've taken advantage of this discount process to try to right-size boards without letting them get down so low that we're like, oh no, we have to raise fees, because then it's hard on everybody, and we have to go to the legislature, and it's a huge process. So this is a little
Understood.
like a tweaking thing we can do, but I can
Right.
certainly take your sentiments back to our director. We can vote for rules today, but I can bring that concern back to him and see if there's anything he can reconsider or anything that we can adjust, because I'm here to represent you too, right? But that was
Right.
a very that was a good catch from Scott. These other fees that we're talking about here, somehow these cost of doing business fees were left off the rules back in the day. We don't even know why. These are called other administrative fees. And this is if you're late. And this is something that's already on forms, but somehow was never brought into rules. If you're late, what does it cost to get you, it's like a late fee. Replacement license, your dog eats your license, or you change your name. We got to issue a new one, use the fancy paper, it's $25. Affidavit of licensure, anytime you want to go to another state and you want to have our staff verify your registration, status here, you got to pay $50. And that's standard. If you want to go to Kentucky, you want us to verify your standing, it's $50. The administrative processing fee is what happens if you write us a bad check. And it's just, again, These are what it costs for the office to do these services. And we were already charging it. And for some reason, it was not in the rules. And this is what everybody else has to pay. Does that make sense? All right,
Yes.
thumbs up. Okay. Thank you. I think that was Sean. So
It was.
thank you. So now we're getting into the meat of it. Some things were changed by this legislation. Some things were not. This D division is just a grammatical issue. These are the environmental health specialist applications. This is the full registration. You're going for the big deal here. So what we have, obviously, a trainee with a qualifying bachelor's degree. And I can flesh this out. If you guys have suggestions, please do so. Obviously, we're not an agency anymore. We're an office. So we have right here, and this is actually something that was brought up by staff. We were going to strike this whole thing because we don't ask for an official transcript. If you're a trainee, we already have it, right? We've seen your qualifying bachelor's degree. But what the staff brought to me right before this meeting is that we have in the statute still the 45 science hours, and that's this 700-0301A. That's it, and you can see that the statute still has that. We may not need the transcript, but my question to you guys is, do you think it would make sense to actually write out the 45 science hours versus having a statutory reference like this? Do you think that would be more user-friendly? We don't need the transcript, but describing the bachelor's degree in rule, do you think that would be helpful to people?
This is Kruger. I agree. That would be helpful.
Okay. So you don't need
is-
to have, oh, go ahead.
Yeah, this is Jesse. I also agree that it would be beneficial to people.
Okay, but if you're a trainee, we already have seen your bachelor's degree. So, maybe what we can do is let's address that when we get down into applying for the trainee. I'm going to make a note. Because one of the reasons we struck this was why would you have to go through all the trouble of sending us another transcript showing you have this qualifying bachelor's degree? If you're a trainee through us, we already have it. So we asked internally, can we just check DocuWare? And Tina was like, sure we can. So we'll get rid of that, but we'll talk about make sure we have the 45 hours listed. So I'll make a note.
Yeah, and this is Tina. Yeah, if we can just make sure the 45 is in the trainee part, that's perfect.
Perfect. Okay, when we get down to that part, Tina, you got to be my big brain in that area and say, okay, let's go ahead and, because again, we live in this world. And if somebody asked me what the 700-0311A was, I would know. But if that's not as customer friendly as we can make it, let's go ahead and spell it out. Okay, we doing okay?
This is Lamb.
Yes.
I agree, but I think you should leave the reference to the statute in there. 20 years from now, nobody may remember why we did that.
Are you? Okay. So, well, the thing we're striking out right here is that we don't need a transcript from somebody. It says here submit. We don't need. We checked with our staff, and we thought if you're a trainee through us, we already have your transcript. But when we get down to applying for the trainee, when you have to submit that, we can leave the statutory reference if that's your preference, and we can also spell it out. So everything's there.
That would be my preference. Yeah.
Awesome. Okay. We get to there. Tina's going to be my brain guide when we get down to there. Okay. But we thought that this was user friendly. Why would we ask somebody for a transcript again if we already have it? Okay. Again,
This is Rochette. I had one point here.
Please.
Just on the history, I've gone through rulemaking for my agency and my day job, and the Secretary of State maintains under all the rule changes a history of the rule changes themselves. So that will always be a reference as well. So there will be history there.
Absolutely. And whenever we make a change, what's nice about this is when you do make a change through Secretary of State, and if you ever look at any of our rules that we send out, we have a watermark on this as unofficial copy. And that means this is the user-friendly cut and paste Word document that's easier to send out than sending people to the Secretary of State where you have to open every single individual rule. The benefit of going to the SOS is that you can see the date that it was changed, what was changed. I mean, there's all of that forensics, which, you know, for folks' information, we maintain those here too in unofficial ways in our archives so that we can, they say, oh, well, when did you stop doing this? Well, gosh, we can tell you, we can look it up. But yes, when we get to that, we will definitely try to represent both of those because those are both valid points. Little I, well, it's a Roman numeral 1. How about this, folks? The equivalent of 2 years of full-time. This is something we talked about in-house and also with the Rule Advisory Committee. Instead of putting somebody on a clock, we are now saying the equivalent of 2 years of full-time work. You have to prove that you have it. We don't care if it took you 3 years to get there, or you had to take some time off because of a life event. We're not holding you to this super tight time anymore because of the statute. It's loosened it up a little. So as long as you were a registered environmental health specialist trainee under a correct supervisor, you just need the equivalent of 2 years and you're good to go. Are we okay with that? Okay, hearing nothing. We're moving on. And in addition to the 2 years of full-time work experience, you have to prove that you've passed, and this is the name that's on the website, the NEHA REHS, and I know our attorneys hate that slash, but there it is, RS credential exam. And it says C700500 and this is saying this is what's required. And so you have this is a trainee coming in with a bachelor's degree. Show you have your equivalent of 2 years of full-time work. Show us you passed the NEHA and pay your registration fees and you are good to go. Eliminating a lot of that time trap stuff. Are we happy with that? Does that feel good?
So far, it seems okay. This is Kruger.
Thank you. And feel free to jump in because this is just something we've come up with and test driven by the Rules Advisory Committee. But you guys are the ultimate arbiters of this. And you got to pay your fees. Okay. The next section, and this is for full registration, is you come in with a graduate degree. And this is the yay moment, right? If you're a trainee with a qualifying graduate degree, we don't need an official transcript anymore because if you were a trainee, we have your transcript. You just have to prove the equivalent of 1 year, not 19, 20. If it took you 2 years to get there, if you had a life event, that's fine. It's just the equivalent of a year. We're not getting down into, well, your old statute said that a full-time trainee cannot renew. All those traps that people got stuck in. Now it's just 1 year under the correct supervision. And that's all you need.
Hey, Anne,
yes.
This is Rhonda.
Yes, Rhonda.
I'm a little concerned if a trainee sits in the trainee position in perpetuity.
We're getting to that. We're getting there.
Because we actually just had this problem, so I'm just concerned 100%. About that.
Tina Tina is one of the champions of when we have these internal racks and we rip these things apart. She is the champion of we do not want trainees to be trainees forever.
Good. Thank you.
We want to build in some time for life events because we've all taken the calls here where I have a sick parent and I have to go take care of them. I have to go settle their estate. I have a difficult pregnancy. I need to take time off. Things happen, but we don't want them to be trainees forever. So we've built an envelope. And when we get to there, you guys get to decide if that's realistic or right-sized. But we do have a cap on it. We're going to get there. It's exciting. This is like the highlight reel. Stay tuned. So if you have a graduate degree, what's nice too is the graduate degrees have expanded, but arguably, if you're a trainee with a graduate degree, we're already going to have your transcripts. You have 1 year of work experience under the right kind of supervision. You pass the NEHA and you pay your fees and you're good to go. Okay. So the registration pathway 2, that was all through the trainee stuff. You're either a trainee with a bachelor's degree or a trainee with a graduate degree, but you've been a trainee. Reciprocity is you are coming from another state, right? So if you want to come to Oregon and you're currently in Kentucky, that's when you need to send us an official transcript demonstrating that you have a qualifying bachelor's degree or a qualifying graduate degree. And here's where the statute widened it out, or another environmental health field pursuant to. So we don't get into the descriptions because we have the referral. This one talks about the 45 science hours. Do you guys want to have that written out, or do you still want to have the pursuant to? Because we have a bachelor's degree and at least 45 quarter hours or the equivalent semester hours in science courses. Here's another thing. It used to say science courses relating to environmental sanitation. That requirement, that environmental sanitation, actually made it more difficult than going the NEHA pathway because they just say generic science. Your new statutes say plain old science. Yay. So that's also going to help people. Would you guys like to have that spelled out? I mean, your statutes, just say a bachelor's degree and at least 45 quarter hours of the equivalent semester hours. Would you rather have that written out, or do you want to have the pursuant to? Because this refers to your new statutes. How do we feel? Because I can strike this and actually, or flesh it out with that actual, the 45 credit hour language. How do we feel?
Can it just say the 45 credit hour language pursuant to?
Yeah, we sure can. I mean, do we like that?
I think that's a good idea. This is Rochette, so it prevents
Okay.
folks from having to reference the statute to understand the requirement.
This is Kruger. I agree with Rochette.
How's that?
Thank you.
That way we have the words and we have the chapter and verse. Do we like that?
This is Kruger.
Yes.
I think as we're proceeding forward, as much as you can make it as clean and as clear to somebody as possible, while giving them the language that they need, but also, playing, I'm not playing off of, you still need to have code reference. I appreciate that, but yeah, I agree that trainees aren't going to go look at ORS. So whatever we can put in there to give them the language they need and get them moving forward and maintain the code references would be preferable.
Gotcha. I'm not a fan of the pursuants, and whenever we have conversations, and again, things evolve, and the world 15 years ago, maybe it was realistic to think that someone's going to sit there with an ORS 45-pound book and go through things. But if it makes sense in today's world to not just say, go there, but it says this, and if you don't believe me, go there. That's okay. I mean, you guys are the judges, so tell me what you like. So we can have that, and I did copy this language because it's going to come up again.
And can I ask a question on this?
Of course you can.
Rochette. So I see we're referencing the statute in the rule itself, but I guess maybe the question to ask is, in the rules I've seen, like Secretary of State and all that, or other published, it typically has the statutory authority listed below it. So is it safe to say the statute would be referenced on the Secretary of State below each section? Or is it, I guess I'm asking the board, is it important to keep the statutory reference in here with the pursuant language?
Well, there's a couple of things, and while the board is kind of gathering its thoughts, there's a couple of things. One, this is what's going to get filed. Our quality assurance specialist, Callie Zink, when we put out I can pull something up and show it to you. When we put out our user-friendly guide, she actually puts the statutory references or any statutory changes underneath them. I can bring it. Let me show you that.
Right.
And when you go to the Secretary of State, one of the things, it is difficult to go there because you have to go one rule at a time, but you do have all the forensics. So when we publish this, when we put it out there, we will have the statutory references underneath it. Let me show you. This is something that Callie does. On a first, you'll see the watermark. See, she'll have this. And when
Right.
you file rules with the Secretary of State, whenever you change a rule or adopt a rule, you have to tell them what your statutory authority is. Every single rule. Is it a bill? At the same time, we try to make things as user-friendly as possible based on tens of thousands of interactions with the public. And increasingly, we get pushback from the public where they'll say, well, you show me where that is. I think I have this. You show me. So this way, the way you have it written here, it gets to Scott's idea of clear and easy, and it also protects us when they can say, well, I have this. And we say, well, maybe in plain language, but this is very specific to the statute. So this
Okay.
kind of plays both sides of the road. And when it's put together by Callie, you will see the forensics on the bottom. I see
That makes
Jessie with her
perfect
hand up.
sense.
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
so
to keep it here. Yeah.
And I think it's wonderful that you guys are asking these questions. Jessie, I see your hand up and you are muted.
Yeah, I like the way it is right now with the statute attached to it.
Okay.
The way to make it, if you want people to not have to dig through the weeds to find information, if they want to go flesh this out, they can go look that up, but it's right there attached to the item that they're reading. And I think that's a lot easier for people to follow.
Agreed.
And that is fantastic, Jessie, because again, staff and leadership brought this right before the meeting. They were like, and it was this exact issue. And I'm like, okay, great, let's go there. I mean, if we all think it should be this way, we can make it that way. We have that power. So let's remember this. And when we get to other sections, let's try to follow it through. And by the way, this is not the Panama Canal. We can turn around. We could turn this boat around. And if we come up with something we really like, we can go back and see if we can follow it backwards. That is not a problem. This is not like the one way, once we've gone through this section, we can't go back. This is what it's all about. So awesome. So we like that language. So again, we're reciprocity. This is somebody with a bachelor's degree or qualifying graduate degree. In addition to this education piece, they have to send us an affidavit of licensure, whatever state they are, showing that they have a current registration that is active with no current or pending disciplinary action, because that's okay, you can't just run and come here because you're a bad apple. And the registration must have been issued by a regulatory body of another state, like again, a board like you guys, or a national association recognized by the board. Okay, and we'll get to the NEHA pathway, but it's my understanding that the national association recognized by the board is NEHA, right? So and what's interesting is we have this reciprocity pathway, but we're also going to show you the NEHA pathway, which would be even simpler, which is If you've got this certain kind of credential from NEHA, welcome. Come on in. Right. So we don't think that this reciprocity, we never want to get rid of a pathway. We want to have as many things as possible, but we also know which way is easier. Right. And if someone comes in and says, hey, I have this and this, which way should I go? We're going to direct them to the simplest way. Right. So we'll
This
get
is
there.
Kruger.
Yeah.
What my concern is that we understand that there are jurisdictions within the United States that do not require licensure.
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm hearing you say is that you would not be recognized or get reciprocity if in fact you're coming to our state from a jurisdiction that does not have a licensure pathway that or requirements that we do.
Right.
Is that what I'm understanding?
That is correct with reciprocity, but that brings us to equivalent experience. Okay. So this is, well, you have to pass the NEHA, right? But what registration pathway 3 is you have a transcript, again, showing the education. And this is what you liked. Let's see. Okay, that's what you guys liked. Okay, showing you have the right kind of education. You have a qualifying bachelor's degree with at least 45 quarter hours pursuant to A or B. Well, we can get rid of this now. And you show that you have the equivalent of 2 years of qualifying registration work experience under a supervisor directly related to the duties of environmental health specialist, and you've passed the NEHA course. Okay, so you can come in that way. And this is the one that says under a supervisor possessing equal qualifications. And we're going to get to what you guys consider to be. And this is, again, you're working, doing EHS work in a state that won't give you a credential. But you have taken the NEHA exam, you have the right kind of work experience, and you have the registration fees. You notice there's no affidavit of licensure because you're coming from a place that doesn't have it. Does that make sense, Scott?
Yeah, Kruger, understood. Thank you.
Perfect. No, I mean, ask the questions, right? Like, we want to make as many pathways as possible. Okay. Again, if you are coming in at equivalent education with a graduate degree, give us a transcript. Let's make sure, and I'm going to double check on all the, oh, that's right. We don't have to do this. Here it is. They've expanded this out. You just have to have a graduate degree in public health. It used to just be public health or community health. Now you can have, quote, another environmental health field. Okay. So, and if you have a graduate degree in any of these areas, you're good to go. And you have to show us that you have the equivalent of 1 year. Again, if you were half-time and you worked for 2 years, we don't care. But if you did pre-registration work experience under a supervisor possessing equal qualifications, and again, this is we're making sure that you're not just doing the work, you're doing it under the right kind of supervision. And when I say the right kind, it's the kind that Oregon has mapped out as good supervision. And you're doing environmental health specialist work. We have had applicants who were called environmental health specialists, but they were in the military and they were not doing the work as Oregon defines environmental health work. And their supervisor was not somebody who possessed equal qualifications as a supervisor in Oregon. So again, we're getting at, you can come from a lot of different ways, but you have to meet at least the requirements that Oregon puts forth under like what a supervisor would be. And if you have a graduate degree, again, you have to take the NEHA. We're looking at education, we're looking at experience, work experience, and we're looking at the NEHA, and then pay your registration fees, and here you go. Does that make sense? That's for people that do not have registration or licensure in their state or territory. We good?
Yeah, this is Kruger. Would you guys also consider following up with a new algorithm? I know that you presented one for pathways to licensure probably at least a year ago or more, but that might be helpful for us as we're processing people. Just a
What do you mean
suggestion.
by an algorithm?
Well, you guys put out when we had a board meeting, I don't know, I think it was last year, you put out a guidance document that was
Oh, the pathways to
license.
licensure. Yeah,
Correct.
Derek
And
did that.
yeah, and I'm wondering, I think it had 3 ways, and now we have a little bit, we've expanded that a little bit as it seems.
Yeah.
And so it would be
That would be
helpful to
appropriate.
have that as a work tool.
Okay, I'll put on there, expand the pathways. Okay, that's a great idea. And this is, I mean, when you start processing, we've all lived in this restricted world so long, and it's so sometimes hard to like exhale and expand into these new areas. So that's certainly something we can have match this, because whenever you have a big change like this, it makes perfect sense, right? So I will talk with our qualifications people about doing that, no problem. So welcome to Pathway 4. And what a relief this is. All you have to do is show that you are you have an active NEHA credential as a registered environmental health specialist or a registered sanitarian and pay your fees. I mean, along with up top, it says submit an application, with all the right documentation and all that. Show us that you have this active NEHA credential and pay your fees, and we're going to hand you a registration. It's that simple. And how nice is that? I know we've all wanted this for a long time. So there it is.
Yeah, this is Kruger. That's exceptional. Thank you.
Right? Right? I mean, this is when we saw 844 moving, we all had our fingers crossed and we were like, this is going to help so many people in so many ways. And again, it had to do with your statutes. When I talked to NEHA, when I was exploring any options for additional pathways under your old statutes, and this is why we were on this association so hard to try to get this changed. I talked to NEHA, their compliance person, and I told them about you couldn't just have 45 science hours like NEHA asked for. You had to have 45 science hours in environmental sanitation. And the person I spoke with at NEHA just started laughing and said, how does anybody get registered? And I said, sheer guts and determination. And so this is really going to help a lot of people. So I was really looking forward to showing you guys this. So you can see why would you come through reciprocity? I mean, if you happen to have this credential, again, you don't have to have it. We don't have a delegation issue where you have to go through an external regulatory body to come here. That's unconstitutional delegation, right? You can come in through reciprocity, you can do all that, or if you already have this, you are good to go. So that brings us, if we don't have any more questions, that brings us to wastewater. This is the full registration for wastewater. Are we okay? We doing all right? If anybody needs a human break or a brain break or anything like that, please just say something. Because I know we do this all the time, and decisioning like this is tiring. So respectfully. So wastewater, not a lot changed in the statute because again, we just don't have that many. I mean, Sean is one of our specials. We just don't have a lot of these. So we don't have a lot of data to say this is working or it isn't. So what we did do was smooth out this idea that if you were a trainee with a qualifying bachelor's degree, you don't need to give us again an official transcript. We already have it as part of the trainee. Again, instead of this rigid amount of hours, the equivalent of 2 years of full-time qualifying work experience. And wastewater is a little weird in that the equivalent supervisor piece that I have right here is still in the statute. That to have an equivalent supervisor, that has to be approved on a case-by-case basis by the board. And that's still there. So if you want that changed, we'll need a statutory change for that. But again, you have to prove, we took this out because we thought if you've already proof of having passed, that's the big, board examination. If you've passed it, you've already paid for it. So you don't need to send us examination fees, right? But you do have to pay your registration fees. And that's the bachelor's degree for full wastewater program. The 45 quarter hours we can add further down in the trainee. Is that cool? Still good?
Yeah, this is Rochette. This looks good. I think longer term it would be nice to get that statutory language changed, because that's very, very difficult when you've got 8 people in the state.
No kidding.
Yeah.
No kidding. Again, when public health, and this was a big ask of them, when they decided to go ahead, since associations hadn't stepped up, no individual had stepped up, and put this concept through as part of this giant bill, this housekeeping bill, they asked us, well, what are your ongoing issues? And we all know, because we go to board meetings, we listen to you guys, we take the phone calls. We just don't have that much data for wastewater because it is such a rare thing, right? So we tried to, again, use our experience to say, okay, if you've passed it, you've already paid for it. You don't have to send us money. We fleshed out, we got rid of the time trap because we have that available to us. And you don't need to send us a transcript if you were already a trainee. But that piece of it is still in the legislation. So if you want to get that changed, when you have 8 of them, good luck. If you want to get that changed, that's certainly something, if somebody wants to do, we're the executive branch, we do what they tell us, but we're happy to work with anybody who wants to put something through and make sure that the language works the way they want it to work with our machinery, if that makes sense. So we're happy. We can't be the driver, but we can test drive it for you and tell you if it's going to work. So keep that in mind, Sean.
Yep.
So again, go ahead and give us your registration fees and you're good to go. If you're looking for full wastewater with a graduate degree, you're a trainee, so we don't need your transcripts, and show that you have the equivalent of 1 year. If it took you 18 months to get there, that's okay. Under a supervisor specified in or equivalent supervisor approved by the board. I'm afraid that's still there. You have to prove you've passed the board approved examination. Also, we took this weird stuff out. We have some old language that says you have to have taken these big exams within 3 years of the date of registration. Well, we talked about it internally. We thought we'd bounce it off of you. Do you guys care if somebody took this giant examination 4 years ago? I mean, I would think that if you took a huge psychometrically approved exam, even if like NEHA, even if you took it a while ago, is there any reason you would see to have to take it again? I mean, it's a one and done,
change.
right?
Yeah.
Scott, I saw your bubble light up.
This is Carter. I was just going to refer to Sean Rochette. And this starts to, I have these people in my program, but my main focus is on, people getting registered as an REHS. And then, I don't think that the people in my program can correct me if I'm wrong, Sean, but this is a subset of that. And so is there special credentialing? Can you get credentialed as a wastewater specialist through NEHA? I never thought about it.
Oh, no, you can't. You can't do that, but this is the big, I use the NEHA as an example because in other language in other places, there have been these huge exams that have been linked to a timetable, like a time period, that you had to have taken these giant exams within a time period. And when I was running these through all kinds of sources so that I could bring information to you, there were folks saying, hey, if I had to take the NEHA again, I've been in practice continually for 15 years. If I had to take it again, I'd be in trouble. right? These are the one and done, like the big medical board exams and things like that. And so we struck this time requirement because we were like, that doesn't seem that important, but I want to run it by you guys and say, do you think it's important for someone to be registered as a wastewater person that they have taken that huge exam within 3 years of registration? If they took it
This
4 or
is
5 years ago, is that okay? Go ahead, please.
this is Simpson. I took it like 15 years ago, and then I took it again recently, and it's a way easier now. They dumbed it down. So for me, I would say, yeah, we definitely don't want to have it has to be within the last 3 years, because if they took it longer ago, it was a better, harder test. So
Hey, and you know what? That could be completely valid. Um,
Mrs. Kruger, just a qualifier for me. Who's the administrator of that exam?
the wastewater is administered by HLO. Tina can speak to it if you have more questions, but it's my understanding that it's like an 8-hour exam. It's open book, and it's a beast. And I know that we're now that we have qualification staff that attend regularly, and we have a full staff back there, they're working through a backlog of exams and making sure that they reflect today's world. And that is something that is definitely on the to-do list, because I don't think that's been freshened up in quite a while. But what the timetable on that is, I don't know. Now, we have looked, we haven't seen anything. But the difficulty we have found, and correct me if I'm wrong, there aren't that many National Association wastewater exams. NEHA doesn't offer one, and we've looked around, and because it's always nice when you have a national association that has something that offers something fresh and psychometrically approved and road tested and maybe available online that's more convenient and all that. We just haven't found anything. So we have our HLO administered exam that hopefully Mr. Foltz and some of our qualification staff will get a chance to look at. Usually when we do something like that, we'll get a committee together and all that to make sure that that reflects today's world. But so much because we have 20 boards and programs now and sessions coming, and we never not get a new program. It's been very hard when we are constantly trying to come up with the new requirements put on us by legislature to go back and take something that is in existence and freshen it up. It's just hard to come up with the bandwidth for that, but it's definitely on the list.
And this is Rochette. I'll just comment that I think you're right. I'm not aware of any national level. I mean, there are national level organizations around wastewater,
Sure.
but I don't think they've developed any, certifications or licenses around it. The other thing I wanted to point out is we're saying it's a wastewater specialist, but the reality is that the education and experience is really tied to soil science. And so the only other credential that really goes along with that is the certified professional soil scientist credential through the Soil Science Society of America. I don't think anybody in their right mind would go through that process. Having gone through it myself and being a CPSS, that is a way more difficult avenue in my mind to pursue than simply going through the health licensing office and taking the wastewater exam.
Okay, and I think we have that certified soil scientist coming up in the rules.
I think so, yes.
But that's good to know. And just for your information, if any of you hear of anything that is an offering for an exam or a credential or anything like that that might make what we do better for the public, better for people trying to get registered, please bring it to our attention, and we will run it through channels, because we're always trying to invent a better mousetrap, right? Always trying to make it not easier, in that we don't want people who are uncredentialed to be doing this very important work, but making the pathway smoother. And that is one of the big things that we're hoping to get with these statutory changes, is to make this process less clunky. All these little corners you can get stuck in, and all these little time traps, and all these little things. Now that things are broader, we're just hoping to streamline the whole process. And that's a continual issue. If you see anything, let us know. So we do have on this one, obviously, the 1 year, You don't need to pay us examination fees because you're having passed the board approved exam and you have to pay for it before you take it. So we don't need more money from you, but you do have to pay your registration fees. This brings us to reciprocity. And again, we have the official transcript showing that you have a qualifying bachelor degree. There it is, the 45 quarter hours or equivalent semester hours in soil science. Pursuant to obviously this reference changed because of the renumbering in the statute. You have to show us, or you can show us that you have a graduate degree in soil science, which is also okay. And show an affidavit of licensure. This is reciprocity, remember, that you are you have a current registration as a wastewater specialist. It's active and you have no disciplinary issues. The registration must have been issued by a regulatory body of another state or a national association recognized by the board, and pay your fees. Again, this is somebody coming from another state. Not a lot of changes except the statutory references, and pay your fees. So now we're still in the wastewater world, but we have your graduate degree and certification. Sean, you show us an official transcript showing that you have a graduate degree in soil science, and you have to prove that you have to submit proof of current certification as a professional soil scientist pursuant to, and prove that you've passed the big exam and pay your fees. So that's another route. Does that all make sense to everybody? And again, we just stripped out some of the language, making it as clear and simple as possible. We good?
Mrs. Kruger, it
Yes.
seems like so far good. I'm just
Awesome.
still kind of stuck in my brain of, I don't know how else to say this, but what qualifies the health licensing office to prepare such an exam? And I guess this is another conversation for another day, but I would like to understand the process of health licensing office creating such a large exam, and what were those
Mhm.
processes, and what are their criteria that they were using to do it?
I can speak in general terms, but whenever we do something like that, and trust me, we'd much prefer a national association do it. Our qualifications person, who is not with us anymore, put a committee together and met many, many, many times over a very long period of time. Textbooks were involved. It was quite a procedure. And then they make the distraction questions. You know, if it's multiple choice, they have to come up with the questions that are similar enough that they might trick you, you know, that kind of thing. And those are all run through committees. But I can tell you it was a long time ago. And
That
go
helps.
ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, this
Yeah,
is that helps. Thank you.
Oh yeah, no. I mean, what I love about our boards is we have built-in subject matter experts. We have SMEs for days, and whenever we have to do anything like this, it is onerous and it is involved, and we have many, many, many examination committees, members that come in. It's a huge vetting process, and I admit, because we don't have a lot of people who take this exam, we don't give it very often because there's 8 wastewater people in the state. And so the drive to commit resources to something like this has been mainly at new legislation or problematic issues. There's been a huge change. We have some of our professions like advanced aesthetics. There's a new modality for skincare coming out every other day. A new peel, a new, injections and all of this stuff. And so that's not my area of expertise. If we have to do an exam for something like that, or curriculum for a profession that is changing every time you blink your eyes, there's something new, they tend to take the resources. Like right now we're doing for our direct entry midwives, legend drugs and devices, a whole piece on that. There are professions that don't have strong associations like NEHA that don't give exams. So we have to do it. But that involves bringing in educators and subject matter experts, and it's a very involved process. So we facilitate, but the experts are the ones that ultimately come up. Yes, Rhonda?
It's
Am I?
Rosette.
Oh,
It's got the
Rochette, I'm
hand up.
sorry.
Yeah, I'm just curious. The pinch point and the reason we're not seeing more wastewater specialists really comes down to the fact that you basically have to have a degree in soil science. It's kind of that simple. It's not as broad as environmental health or just science degree. I guess I'm curious if there's ever been any consideration to expand the pathways for wastewater specialists tied more to experience in the soil science disciplines. So a good example might be somebody who works for the USDA Natural Resource Conservation Service. Like they are soil conservationists or the people that do soil mapping. They might not necessarily have soil science degrees. They often do, but soil mapping in and of itself is fantastic experience that ties directly to making interpretations in the field for wastewater. So my overarching question is if there's been any consideration to expand the pathways to become a wastewater specialist by not pinch pointing, that soil science specific education.
Well, like I said, your requirements are based in statute, right? The legislature says, we can't do anything that we are not specifically given powers to do.
Right.
And unfortunately, while there's been a lot of friction in the environmental health area due to these statutes that were from 1964 or something, and the changes, especially with climate change and pollution and kind of that drive there, I have never heard what you just said. And I have been on this board. I've had this board for over 10 years. So the conversations around wastewater are few.
Right.
And, the issues around environmental health was really kind of like, we can't get people registered. They can't get through the process. There's all these pinch points. And so we had very specific data that we could give the public health who took it upon themselves to get these statutes updated. If you want to modernize wastewater, to expand it out and make it reflect today's world and get more people involved, get a concept going. Because again, there were a couple little things in wastewater that changed, but the overarching tenets of who qualifies and why. And again, these are minimum qualifications. This is what the legislature says you have to have at the very least. Our rules are the floor. They're not the ceiling. Right? You can do better than this. You can have more. You can't have less. So if you don't think that these requirements are reflecting today's world, get a concept and say, let's redo this. There's 8 people. I'm one of them, you say. Get a concept and get a legislator. There's so many legislators now that are so environmentally focused and resource focused. Just say, listen, this doesn't reflect today's world. This doesn't reflect people coming out of school. There are great qualified people that can't make it because of this. And as an individual, as a professional, you can do it yourself. You can get a group together and come up with language. Please, use us as a resource. We'll be happy to say, hey, this might have unintended consequences. Because as Scott said at a meeting one time, yeah, words mean things. We want it to work the way you want it to work. So we're happy to partner with you on language. But the actual bringing it to a legislator and getting it through would be as an individual or an association. And come up with language and get it through, because if it's not working, it's not working. Right?
Well, yeah, and just to expand on that, for everybody's awareness, why would you pursue, let's say you have a soil science degree and I have folks on my team that fit this, what I'm describing. Why would you get your wastewater specialist, license as opposed to the REHS pathway, which either way you're going to have to take an exam, when the wastewater specialist only allows you to focus on one discipline of environmental health versus the REHS allows
Which
you
is
to
everything.
do everything.
Everything.
Right.
And what's really interesting too is that the EHSs are exempt from licensure if they work for DEQ, but the wastewater aren't. And again,
Wait, that's not necessarily true.
it actually, according to the statute,
Or maybe it was just said differently. So our folks in the on-site wastewater program either need to have a wastewater specialist or registered environmental health specialist license.
oh, okay. Because I think, let me check the big book of many things. You're making me pick up the heavy book.
I think I know what you're getting at. Like folks that work at DEQ in general are exempt from having
Yes.
the
Mm-hmm.
right. I'm saying specifically for folks that work in the on-site wastewater program, though, we do require one
yeah.
or the other license. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, you have exemptions in here. And again, we've never understood what the driver on that is. But again,
well, there's 850 people at DEQ, and many of them have nothing to do with environmental health. Well, not environmental health, but some of these traditional, food inspections or septic system permitting. We have.
Oh yeah, on site.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah, but I mean, again, we just go by what they tell us, and that makes a lot of sense. I've never had anyone explain it to me that way. But yeah, I mean, there's exemption. Yeah.
I just, Sean, I'd like to know, with these 8 people that are registered, where are they generally employed and what are they doing? I think you might have said that and I might have missed it.
Yeah, good question. Most of them are on-site program agents, so agents of DEQ. 2 of them, including myself, are at DEQ directly, so that's 25%. Yeah, there's some others in different counties that are agents, and then there's 1 or 2 that are private consultants.
This is Kruger. I was just getting something stuck in my head that these people were generally running large municipal wastewater treatment plants for some reason, and that's obviously not right. So
No, there's a separate credential. There's a the wastewater treatment plant. There's a DEQ runs a wastewater certified operator program, and that is different than a wastewater specialist.
Understood. Thank you.
Yep.
And the amount of information flowing through here today is awesome. Okay, so now we're going to leave the wastewater world. Again, having said, if there's anything that needs to be updated, work with your associations. Sean, you can do it as an individual and you can get a concept through. It is probably too late. It's very difficult to get anything through on this short session. With a few notable exceptions, it's a lightning fast 6-week session. I feel like it's on top of us already, where they try to fix things, minor tweaks, and move money around. The longer sessions on the odd years are for big policy, big changes, big new programs, things that they feel need a lot of time to air out and have testimony on and go through both sides. The short sessions are not generally where something like this would occur, but you can certainly pursue it. It would not be, they're already working on 2027 concepts.
Oh,
so
I know.
if yeah, so if you wanted to do something like this, craft some language, talk to some folks, we're always like, we'll tell you how to do it. We can't do it.
I'll add it
but
to
we'll tell you how.
the never-ending to-do list.
I know we have so many of those, but I mean, if it's something that you feel would get more qualified people in, that would expand maybe qualifications to reflect today's world,
right?
Get the language. That's the other thing, is the whole environmental sanitation. Courses now, very rarely, we talked about 45 hours, the old statutes that go out of date, as of January 1, 45 hours in environmental sanitation. I've spoke with education specialists that are like, we don't use that term when we talk about education anymore. We talk about environmental health. We talk about climate change. We talk about, pollution. And so to find, it's antiquated language. Some people still use it, but the language changes, right? Vocabulary changes. But the statutes are a moment in time, and that's it.
Right.
So if the words are changing, let's modernize this so that we're not, tripping over old language. Again, we have no problem helping you. So now we're in the trainee world. Rhonda, we've not forgotten. Here it is. So these are people that are coming in as a trainee. So if they're as a trainee, they have to, again, meet the requirements, OAR Division 30. This is the application form when it talks about what kinds of ID we accept, the whole, what kind of payment it's all that. Complete an application form that has to have, again, information listed in and be accompanied by payment of application fees. And you have to submit examination fees. That's for the proof of having passed the Oregon Environmental Health Specialist Trainee Laws and Rules exam within 1 year of the application. It's my understanding from licensing that most people take the laws and rules before they ever apply for a trainee. So this allows us to, collect money from them taking it on workday. Okay. And we're giving them a 1 year date because laws and rules change, right? They update. And we thought if they're going to take it before, let's at least make sure they took, to a board member's earlier point, something recently, because at least the laws and rules change. Does that make sense? Transcript showing that they have, okay, we're going to say qualifying bachelor's degree. Because of this was important to us, with at least 45 quarter hours, the equivalent semester in science courses, pursuant to, get rid of this, or they can have 15 hours in science courses or their equivalent semester and have the equivalent of 5 years of full-time pre-registration work experience. And we have a whole section on what qualifies as work experience. Does that make sense to everybody?
Mrs. Kruger, that makes sense. Could you, I have some people trying to get themselves processed right now, and I feel like the language was, that the registry or the laws and rules exam had to be done and accompany the application, but it seems like, so I guess I'm trying to play this out. Somebody submits their application, they get themselves approved, they get hired, they get their affidavit signed of their hire to work at, county, state, and then you're saying within that framework, just as long as they're getting it done in 1 year, they don't necessarily have to do it ahead of time. You're saying that people are doing it ahead of time, but they could still get hired, go through the process, start working, get their trainee license, but still you need to meet this requirement. And let's just say, I mean, is there a section in here talking about if they don't meet that requirement? Does their trainee license get revoked, or do they get a penalty?
No. No, and I see Tina's got her hand up. Just remember that the world is changing because we're taking that hard and fast 3,800 hours. Like you have to get, make sure that you get approved so that when the clock starts, you don't run out of time. You don't have to worry about that anymore. You don't have to worry about because you have down here, we're going to talk about how long you have to get your 2 years. So you don't have to worry about the clocks and all that. But Tina, can you speak to his question?
Yeah, I believe that they have to take the laws and rules to get their trainee license.
Okay, that's what my understanding was. Thank you.
Okay, so instead of within 1 year,
right? It's
maybe it's
prior to applying.
1 year prior.
Most of them do it right at the time they're applying.
Okay.
Because in order to be a trainee, you would have had to have taken the laws and rules exam. So it can't be while they're a trainee.
Okay. So the prior to,
Sorry,
okay,
Anne.
so no, it's okay. I just must have misunderstood. And I'm all for like flexibility. I must have misunderstood one of our conversations. So does this make, and again, Scott, because we're removing that hard and fast 3,000 hours, and the minute your trainee license goes out to you, the clock is ticking, and you've got this tight 2 years, and if you're full-time, you can't renew. All of that is gone. So you can get your trainee and not start work for 6 months and not have a heart attack over it. Right? So all of those little time traps are gone. And I know we've lived under that for so long, it's going to be a while before we can breathe fully, right? But yeah, so you just have to send in the examination fees, show you've passed, this exam prior to the date of application, showing you either have a qualifying bachelor's, and this is somebody who's getting a trainee, that you have the 45 hours or the equivalent semester hours, there's the pursuant, or you can have 15 quarter hours in science and have 5 years of work. And this is very rare, but this is for somebody who has been working. They have the work, but not so much school. It's very, very rare that anyone comes in this way, but it's still a valid pathway. And we can talk about, again, work experience obtained under 702.5. Let me find that one.
So just to clarify, to become a
Uh-huh.
full REHS, they'd still need the 45 quarter hours, though. So maybe they're working on a degree. Is that accurate? This is Rochette.
Hi, Rochette. It's my understanding that this is much more common where someone's got school.
Right.
This is the very rare incidence, and less as we move forward in time. There used to have people who were doing the work and they didn't have a lot of school. So
Right, but this is trainee. So what's the pathway for them to become fully registered? Does that require the 45 credit hours, so they'd have to finish their degree?
Tina.
let's see.
So
ahead,
we're
Tina.
talking about two different things here.
Oh.
Individuals coming through with 15 quarter hours of science have to have 5 years equivalent experience.
Right.
Also to be a trainee. So and Anne's right. I haven't seen anybody come through this pathway for a very long time. So
Okay.
this isn't a pathway that most come through. They usually come through A with the 45 science course hours.
Yeah, I was just
Right.
trying to play the scenario out. If somebody comes through as a trainee with this pathway, what's the
How would they get the full if they don't have a
Yes.
qualifying bachelor's degree?
Right.
Len, be careful. I'm going to roll up and I don't want you guys to get sick. That might be where the work experience plays in.
But we
Graduate
didn't
degree.
have that before. So I think what it is if somebody worked, for example, say somebody did work at a meat processing plant, or somebody from another state that's been working but never got fully licensed, and they're coming in and they only have 15 credit hours, then they would come through that way.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, Tina, I think we've got an issue here, because if they want full registration, they have to either be NEHA, which they wouldn't be if they had that. They could go through NEHA and come in that way, but why would they be a trainee? I guess to get the experience you would need for NEHA. I'm not sure. And then you have a graduate degree and you have a bachelor's degree.
Right.
Might be
How
something we
would they?
take out, Anne.
What's that?
It might be something that we take out now that we have all these other pathways.
Yeah, because I think Sean's correct, because if you don't have any kind of degree, how would you ever get there?
Right.
Yeah, this is Kruger. You wouldn't.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, I know
Wow.
what it was. Is I know that we've had somebody come through like this years and years ago while they were still finishing the rest of their bachelor's.
Right.
you know, I can't even say that because it has been that long. It's been a long time. Austin, are you on here? Have you had anybody come through this pathway since you've been doing it, or Derek?
No.
Well, you know what we don't have though is the master's degree.
Where did that go?
I don't know. Yeah. Oh, qualify trainee register. Oh, okay. That's wastewater. Holy moly.
Yeah, you'll want to put that back in there.
Wow. You guys are awesome. Let me look. Because I don't think that changed. Qualifications. Yeah. Okay. I appreciate your patience and forbearance while we work through this. Yeah,
And
I
so
think
to clarify, on the statutes require that 45 quarter hours to become fully registered. Is that correct?
correct. Yeah,
Okay,
but
so
it
we
used to
couldn't
say,
change this even if we wanted to create another pathway. It's in statutes.
yeah. Are you talking about the this is the environmental health specialist, right?
Right. And
Yeah.
it doesn't matter. Right? I mean, either way, I'm thinking out loud here, but I'm
Yeah,
thinking of folks that may have tons of professional experience. And so in the wastewater world specifically, that could be somebody who's a licensed installer with DEQ.
sure.
A lot of times they don't have that, bachelor's degree that goes along with it. So as I'm sitting here today, there's no pathway for them to become an REHS or wastewater specialist without first obtaining a degree.
Yeah, and what is so weird is that is still, I think they left that in. That is 700,035. And let me check the statute. I think they left that in because that's still language. 35. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, look at this. Look at the statute. Look at the new bill. Look at section 15. Little b. Have at least 15 quarter hours or the equivalent semester hours in science courses. That's for yeah. And at least 5 years of experience in environmental health as
Interesting.
determined by the board. And I'm like, wait a minute. If you came in that way, how could you then get the full meal deal without a degree? Because that's still in the statute.
Yeah, you can't.
I'm sorry, this is Kruger. Ouch.
No, I'm it's still there. It is
Yeah.
still there. Son
Um,
of a, well, that's why it went there, but well, we can't not have it if it's in the statute, but it's definitely something we need to talk with the powers that be about, because I mean, unless you're also working now, unless you're also working on your degree at the same time,
Right.
you're going to do the trainee and you're going to hit a wall.
agreed.
Right. And we can't solve
Wow.
this today. This is a legislative matter, but you would think in the direction that we're moving with being more flexible, and inclusive and equitable and all these things, we're looking at other non-traditional pathways that might include professional work experience in lieu of strict educational requirements.
Oh, absolutely. Now, if this person, I mean, I'm staggered because that's still there. In theory, and again, you guys tell me about the practice. You could start your trainee hours and be working. I don't know if you guys would even hire somebody who hasn't graduated from a degree. I mean, technically, you could say, okay, I got my 15 quarter hours in science courses, but they would need 45 to eventually, but I mean, they could technically, is it possible to have 5 years of work experience and not have your bachelor's and be doing that and being a trainee at the same time? Is that even possible?
This is Kruger, not in Oregon, but apparently by statute it is. So I think that's a major miss that will have to be, reevaluated at a future date. But I don't see anybody being able to come through this pathway, and no, we wouldn't hire them.
Right. And
Wow.
I think that's consistent with the state of Oregon's classification and compensation minimum qualifications for some of those positions that we hire for.
Wow.
I would agree. This is Kruger. My job descriptions also include language about degree. So
Correct.
this would not qualify them. I mean, I guess I kind of understand a little bit why it's there, but it doesn't hold water. So
This is Simpson. It wouldn't even make it past HR to come for me to see it. They'd view it out, screen it out before it even came to me.
Correct. Yeah.
agreed. Yeah.
Wow. Welcome to the circus we live in. Wow. That's staggering, because that is still there and they adjusted it. Now, yeah, way back in the day, maybe, I don't even know. So, okay. And the problem is, if it's in the statute, it's possible. I mean, if the statute says we can all grow wings and fly, then yeah, the rules have to say that. But the sad part, this is something that we might have to use education on, as far as internal office conversations. And if somebody wants to come in this way, we might have a little asterisk next to the application that says, be aware that per statute, you better be working on your bachelor's at the same time, or you're just going to get stuck.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
probably low risk. Like you said, there's so few people that have done this. It's probably pretty low risk right now. But yeah, eventually, somebody's gonna have to throw a concept together to revise this, and maybe some other sections that we've talked about today.
I know that we have had individuals that still needed, say they were 5 short on their bachelor's, and were actually in the school when they came through this pathway. I'm sitting here remembering a little bit of some that have many years ago. Not very many. I think only a couple have ever come through this way. And they had their bachelor's by the time they were done with their training.
Okay. The other thing that's weird, Tina, is that the statute, as I'm looking at it, for environmental health specialists doesn't talk about the master's degree. 700,035.
Or a training license.
Yeah. 5 years of
It
experience.
should be in there. I mean, all the other pathways are everything else points to that. Not the pathway. Well, yeah, the pathways.
I know. Look at 700,035 real quick and tell me if I've not had enough coffee. Because it says you have to have a master's degree and 1 year of experience. How do you get 1 year of experience if you can't get a trainee license? Wow. Okay. This got scary all of a sudden.
Well, would it make sense? I'm just talking out loud here, but under big A there where it says qualifying bachelor's degree, I mean, if it said something like qualifying bachelor's or master's degree,
Well,
would that make sense?
That's where I'm running up against. See, we can't do something that we're not given specific powers to do.
Right, in statute.
Right, and I'm sitting here. I'm looking at the bill, and it's section 16. Oh, no, it isn't. It's 700,035. And the current statutes say registration of environmental health specialist trainee rules. We can shall issue an environmental health trainee registration to any applicant who performs to the satisfaction of the board, that the applicant has a bachelor's degree, B, has 15 quarter hours, just what we described, or two, a person may not be an environmental health specialist trainee for more than 2 years. That's officially gone. The office shall establish by rules when an environmental health specialist trainee, it talked about when the individual's date of employment precedes attainment of registration, which is not really a situation we have. And we say an environmental health specialist trainee shall be supervised by a health specialist or a person equal qualifications. Tina, what have you got?
Yeah, I'm reading the same thing. I wonder how they eliminated that. You still have to have your year of training.
I know. Oh, wow. Okay.
Are they thinking because you have a master's that you're automatically qualified?
No, they say on there, in order to get qualified, a graduate degree in public or community health or another environmental health field under the supervision and has a year of experience.
Oh.
Wow. And 1 year of experience in environmental health under the supervision of a registered environmental health specialist or a person possessing equal qualifications. Okay, I think they might have just given us another hole. I'm sorry, board. We've got to figure that one out. I'm not sure, and I hate to say this to you, we may not be able to adopt rules today because we may need to get some legal advice on this.
This is Kruger. I would agree with you.
Yeah.
Rochat, ditto.
This is a stuck point.
Wow. Wow. I mean, you read and read and read and read, and you're like, what the actual heck just happened? Okay, so we're not going to be able to vote on this today. And I deeply apologized. We've gone through this so many times. And again, when you go through like this, sometimes you see things. You guys bring things to our attention. So we're going to have to get some legal advice on this. Is it okay if we go through the rest to see if there's anything else you guys want to ask about?
At least if we went through the rest of it, this is the only part we would have to bring back.
Yeah. I mean, well, we'd have to vote on the rules, but this is the only thing we'd have to go over again with you guys. Are you guys okay with looking through the rest, though, please?
Yeah,
Yes.
This is Kruger. Yes, you already have our ears, so let's move forward.
Okay. Thank you all so much.
Please.
Wow. That's again, it's startling because you go through this so many times and that's not what they talked about changing. So where did that go? So, okay, we're gonna get with our AAGs on that one. This still exists. So the important thing would be for licensing, if somebody wants to come through this path, maybe we can put some education on the form that says, don't forget, if you don't finish a degree, this will mean nothing when it comes to getting full registration. Okay, but it's still there. And you have to pay your fees. Wastewater specialist, not much changed. We clarified, we took the trainee registration fees out over here. This still has the 45 quarter hours or equivalent semester hours in soil science courses. Obviously the language that you like. And let's see, an official transcript showing that you have a graduate degree in soil science. So all of that is still fleshed out and no real changes. Except we broke this out because let's make it as simple as possible. And having almost like bulleted items, we have found applicants prefer it. So we just cleaned that up a little bit. Any questions?
Looks good. This is Rochat.
Thank you. I know we're all still shell shocked from that last piece. I am. So general exams, nothing's really changed except some grammatical things. The board approved examination for an environmental health specialist is NEHA and the NEHA passing score. The board approved exam for wastewater is the Oregon wastewater specialist examination, which is administered by the office, and the passing score is 68%. That was established again by the committee. And the trainee exam is the Oregon Environmental Health Specialist Trainee Laws and Rules examination, and the passing score is 70. Okay, nothing really has changed here. We just say in order to take it, you have to show us the right kind of ID. Right now, the exam is administered in English only, unless an office-approved testing contractor provides the examination in languages other than English. And we are going to electronically monitor you during testing, just letting people know that you're on camera and you have a certain amount of time. We say what's okay, what's not. I know the wastewater, Sean, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask a clarifying question. It looks like to do REH, well, an environmental health specialist trainee, you've got to take the laws and rules exam, but there is no laws and rules exam to be a wastewater specialist trainee.
Tina, is that correct?
Correct.
Do you
Okay,
think
just-
that
Did we talk about this? Were we having them do the laws and rules? I thought it for trainee all the way across, they'd take the laws and rules.
I don't know. I'm going to roll back up. Environmental health specialist, wastewater. We don't. Do you think that that's a board? Is that something that's important for wastewater trainees to take the laws and rules? Again, this is just what was there. Is that something we should
Oh.
change?
I know. I think that the reason why not is because I believe some of the questions, and Derek, I'm not sure if you know yet, but I think some of the questions do have laws and rules in there.
In the big exam?
Yes.
Okay.
Derek, are you on? Can you speak to that?
Yeah, I have to do more of a deep dive into it, but that's definitely something I can look into.
I was just pointing out the difference and didn't know why, and I will admit that I'm not familiar with the rules and laws examination and the content of it.
Yeah, from what I understand, generally, a lot of it is how to get licensed, fully licensed. Go ahead, Tina.
Austin just came in and made a point. The wording isn't correct on the wastewater. It says wastewater laws and rules taken here in office.
No, that's the big exam, isn't it?
Okay. Yeah, it is the big exam, but we're calling it laws and rules exam.
Oh, where is that? Let's get.
This is Kruger. For clarifying, am I understanding you correctly? You're saying that the exam for wastewater specialists is actually titled Laws and Rules Exam.
No. Mm-mm.
Okay, that's not what you're
Okay.
saying.
That's what
Yeah,
we're
it says
looking at.
proof of having passed a board approved examination. That is wastewater specialist application requirements. And the board approved examination, I'm going to slide down here. The board approved examination. Let's see. This is, oh, where's our exams? Here's the board approved examination for a wastewater specialist is the Oregon wastewater specialist exam.
Okay.
I wasn't sure what Austin was referring to.
Number 3.
Number
This
3.
is Lamb.
Right, no,
Yeah.
right there, Ann. Well, after 2, number 3, the board approved examination for environmental health. Oh, that's for the environmental
Trainee
health.
is the trainee law. Dr. Lamb, what have you got?
I was just referencing general examination information number 10, notwithstanding subsection 8. candidates taking the laws and rules exam may use an office-issued copy of the Oregon Administrative Rules and Oregon Revised Statutes.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a section there that describes taking that laws and rules exam.
Mm-hmm.
Is that
Right.
what we're talking about?
Well, I think what we're talking about is if we have the right exams in the right places. Austin, what were you referring to? Austin's our licensing specialist.
No, it's fine. After we looked at it, it's fine.
Okay. And down here it talks about, I guess the question was, we don't have wastewater trainees take the laws and rules. Is that something, I mean, that's something we inherited. Is that something that you guys think you want to change? I mean, the thing is, I have so little data on this because I'm not even sure I've had a wastewater specialist trainee. I don't think we've had one in 2 years. So do we just want to leave it as it is and revisit? Or, I mean, we're going to have to revisit anyway, because of our problem. But what do you guys think? I mean, how are we feeling?
I guess I don't know. This is Rochette. I don't know enough about the intent and history of how we got to the requirement for the laws and rules exam to register as a trainee. But for the sake of consistency, if it's just familiarizing people with the process and the laws and the rules, it might make sense to have it for both. But I don't feel strongly about needing to change it today.
Well, if you want us, we're going to have to revisit. We're going to have
Right.
to get you guys back together again, because of this possible vortex we found in the trainee section. It's certainly something that I can look into and maybe have an answer at the next meeting that we're going to have to put together.
Yeah,
Is
that would
that
be
something-
helpful to have the history and the intent behind that exam as part of registering to be a trainee.
Okay. I can look into this for you if we all feel good about that. And that's why these things are so valuable, right? So I'll look into that. The general exam information, again, you can't bring in textbooks and notebooks for some exams, some you can. Obviously, the Oregon Laws and Rules examination, you can use the rules and statutes because the important thing is to show that you know where to go to get the information. And wastewater examination, people can take, it's open book. Okay. I don't know what else. Let's see. Okay, so well, wait a minute. If the only exam, Tina, if the only examinations we give are wastewater and Oregon Laws and Rules, then why have this at all? Isn't everything we give open book?
No. Well, I think it's pertinent because wastewater then will know that because they bring a lot of textbooks in when they test. So I would just leave it at the way it is. And the other one's online, so they can use their notes and their so because this goes into more, it's electronic equipment and communication devices. And that's what the wastewaters do.
Okay.
And they're in there for pretty much the full entire day.
Okay. Well, I'm going to drill down on this a little bit for the next meeting because I'm a little confused. I'm really confused after all this. Okay. Again, we let people know you can't get in our testing room and act up, or we're going to take action. And you can't just assume that people know this, right? Like you have to put it in rule. If you try to cheat, try to help somebody else cheat, this is what's going to happen. Okay. According to the statutes, and this is only wastewater, a wastewater specialist registration applicant who fails to take the exam or fails to pass on the second attempt has to get permission from the board to take it a third or subsequent time. That is still in the statute. And obviously, we just have to say they're subject to an approved examination schedule set by the office. As we get more electronic, that is less important, but we like to leave it in there just in case we need it. And if you have to take it again, you have to pay again. Does that make sense to everybody?
Mr. Simpson, that makes sense.
Okay, awesome. So this next section is simply the process of issuing registrations and renewals. Okay. In order to, we follow again, Chapter 331, Division 30. It talks about photo identifications, all of these things. To avoid getting late fees, you have to renew on time. And in order to do that, you have to submit a renewal application form and pay the renewal fee. You have to attest to having obtained, and this will come in a little bit. Oh, by the way, let me put a pin in this. Did you see, Rhonda, I think that we were letting people, I know we got stuck, that you can be a trainee for the equivalent of 5 years. Did you see that?
I did see that. 5 years seems quite long.
Okay, I know we didn't get a chance to talk about that and we got sidebarred. So I wanted to, I think we're going to get down in renewals when we talk about environmental specialist trainee renewals. I think we have a 5-year window on that. So we'll get to that. Sorry, I just want to make sure we cover that for you. Yeah, the extension. Get to that. So if we have 3 license statuses, active means you're current. Inactive means you missed your renewal date. You can be inactive for 3 years and get current. You have to attest that you have all your continuing education. You have to pay your late fees. I mean, you have to pay quite a bit to get current, but you can be. After 3 years, your registration is expired and you have to renew. You have to reapply. Using all the current requirements. Does that make sense to everybody? If your registration that's been inactive for more than 3 years is expired and you have to reapply and meet all the requirements. Number
Makes
5
sense.
was, yeah, does it? Yeah, number 5 was just a remnant that there's no way we can just automatically, I don't know where this came from, but we can't just say, okay, you don't have your continuing education, we're going to spike you. This was from a time long gone. We don't do that. Now, trainees can't renew, but they can extend. Okay. And this speaks to I think Rhonda talked about this. It used to be these number 1 and number 1 is ancient. Like this is not a thing anymore. Number 2, an environmental health specialty trainee may not renew. That was in your statutes and it's gone now. Right? So we don't have to worry about that. Again, 3 was ancient. We got rid of it. According to what we wanted to get at was that we have people that are trainees, their life gets in the way. Something happens. And at the same time, we don't want them to be trainees forever. So to the rack, I brought, hey, what makes sense? What is an okay amount of time if someone works part-time, if someone has a pregnancy or a life event or something that happens that interrupts their trainee status? What is the maximum amount of time you think is reasonable to be a trainee? I suggested 4. The RAC came back with 5. So now the board can weigh in on, what do you think? What is the maximum amount of time anybody should be a trainee?
And can I add something real quick to think
Sure.
about?
Is
the trainee extensions were 6-month increments up to 8 times. So
we didn't,
this is
yeah,
kind
got
of
rid of that.
kind of in the middle of the 5 years. So normally a trainee could be, it would be licensed for 2 years, and then you could get your extensions after that. Now we've went down to 1 year license, then you can get extensions for 4 more times.
I don't think we limited it, Tina.
Well, you said
They-
5. It's
Well, down there, we say
Yeah.
that 5 is the
yeah,
maximum.
I'm talking about where you were at.
Yeah, because the fee, right now we're not saying in fees. We just say a trainee registration, a renewal is 1 year. And so we don't have in the fees that there's a maximum, but down here we do. We do say, you know, for
Correct.
5 years. So
Yeah.
is that to the board? Is that reasonable?
I think 5 years is too much personally.
Okay.
This is Kruger, and I don't understand why that language isn't consistent throughout the document. Because it sounds like what you're saying is you basically have to prove 2 active years out of 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
Is that, yeah, and
Well, this
so,
was just a proposal. I mean, it's up to you guys, and we took it to the rack, and we were just, I see your hand up, Tina, that we, over the years, we've all gotten the phone call that said, you know, I have to step away from my trainee duties because my mom is sick, or I have to settle in a state, or whatever. But that would interrupt their 2-year, you know, training that before they were on this super tight, you know, a full-time employee can't renew and you're stuck, you know? And so we wanted to create a window for life to happen. Tina?
So there's a couple things. It used to be also if you had part-time individuals. So individuals that work part-time, they would have to get several extensions to get to their 2 full years
Mm-hmm.
prior to, because it was 3,800 and something hours. And so we just combined it all, but I'm asking you guys, when you have somebody, they're working hard to get in their 2 years because they want to be able to get their raise and become permanent. But then you have some people that can't pass the NEHA
Yeah.
that need to continue. And we have ran into several times that 2-year time was up. And we've had individuals that have had life situations where they couldn't finish and they're cut off.
Mm-hmm.
They have to reapply, send in all their hours. So it's another huge expense for them to reapply. Now we've just lowered it to where those types of situations, they can go ahead and renew that license.
Yeah,
4
they
more
can
times.
extend it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they can extend it. And I mean, if you guys don't think it's reasonable, but we have all here taken a phone call where they have to step away, that they're not getting the hours, that maybe they're pursuing school or whatever. And before, remember, the statute had them on a super tight, like you had 2 years with nothing. Like that's why we had the pre-approvals to get trainees approved, because before they were employed, because it was so tight. If somebody got a trainee and couldn't start work for a month, they were already a month behind. And it said right in the statute, a trainee employed full-time cannot renew. So 2 years and that's it. And so we were just entertaining the concept of what if life gets in the way? But you guys are the experts. If you think that allowing somebody to amass 2 years of experience in 5 years is unreasonable, now is the time to talk about it. What is, I mean, if you guys don't want to allow this, you're the ones that are in charge.
yeah, this is Kruger. Rhonda, I'd actually like to hear your thoughts, please.
Yeah, I think I would agree. I think 2 years is a bit stringent, but I think 5 years is a bit too extravagant. If I were to propose anything, I would go with 3 or 4 years, but I think 5 years is too much.
Okay.
I mean, that's just based on my experience and what I've seen happen with our inspectors. There's no reason why I can't see that somebody couldn't complete this process within 3 to 4 years. I would go with 4 years, I guess. think 5 years is too long.
This is Kruger. I would agree. I would think that an extension of the 2-year period to 4 years would be appropriate.
Is everybody else comfortable with that?
This is Rochette. Can I just ask, would it, when we were talking about this amount of years, are we talking consecutive years, or could there be a lapse in
There
somebody?
There is a lapse allowable now. In the old statutes, it was 2 years. And that's why we had, if you notice, right above where I'm typing, 3,840 clock hour work experience requirements. Because it was 2 years, and the board at the time adopted that is 40 hours a week times 52 weeks a year with nothing. I mean, you are grinding for 2 years. And now they've taken that, because it said right in the statutes, a trainee employed full-time cannot renew, cannot extend. And so you were stuck. If you were working full-time, I see your hand up. If you were working full-time and you're grinding on 2 years and you can't pass the NEHA, you're stuck. You have to
I get that.
Yeah, I mean, you know, and this was to allow a little bit of life getting in the way. And what if you don't pass NEHA the first time? Yes, hand up.
Yeah, for us, it's been a problem. So if an inspector trainee comes in and they go on leave for one reason or another, it adds a problem to us staffing wise to get the actual work done. So if somebody goes on leave and creates this absence in hours, 5 years way too long, and I'm concerned about it not being consecutive. So I guess in total, if it's a total of 4 years and then they're out, I would be okay with that.
Yeah, it says an individual may not be a trainee longer than 4 years. That's it.
Yeah.
Sean?
Yeah, it's just we've had an issue with a staff member who's just prolonging and prolonging and prolonging, and meanwhile we're not getting our work done, which is a problem with our IGA with
for sure. Yeah, for sure.
Right. And we have, I can tell you on the DEQ side, we typically give folks 2 years to obtain, full registration. But I wanted to ask, for the point of clarification and me understanding this, if somebody didn't, if somebody, went past 4 years as we have it written now, and they didn't get fully registered, does that mean if they wanted to pursue full registration, they'd have to start over? Is that what I'm understanding?
Tina can probably jump in here, but it's my understanding. I mean, and we can massage the language, right? How it's worked in the past is if somebody hits their 2 years and they don't have their hours, as long as they, and again, this was another place where people get trapped. They would let their trainee expire, go inactive, and then they were like, oh, but I want to extend. Well, the rules said, and it was crossed out here, that here it is. The old language is must, renew, technically as an extension in consecutive, uninterrupted 6-month increments, which means if it goes inactive, ding, you can't extend. You're stuck, and you have to reapply. And what you would do is provide us with the hours that you have. Okay, so you would get another trainee registration, and you would have those hours under your belt, right? It wasn't like all those hours were wiped out. You had them. You just had to go through the time and expense, and also you can't work without a trainee, right? So you couldn't work, and you had to wait to get your new trainee, and then it would start again. And we've had people who have had to reapply because they ran out of time and they didn't pass the NEHA. We've had people not extend on time, and it says uninterrupted, right? And we're taking allegedly that out if you want to. Well, we have it in there now in consecutive uninterrupted 1-year increments. you know, if there's a gap, they don't come in on time, they're done. They have to renew or they have to reapply. They don't have enough hours in their time period, they have to reapply. You know, if they're employed 2 years full time, according to the old statute, they couldn't extend. So they have to reapply. And some folks only needed a few hours and they had to get a whole new registration. Some folks couldn't pass the NEHA by the end of that one period and had to extend so that they could take it again.
Okay,
so
that helps, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're creating a more friendly pathway where folks could extend for a longer period of time rather
For all
than
kinds
having
of
to
reasons.
reapply for a trainee
Right.
basically from scratch. Okay.
Right. And if they're not active, if they don't have an active registration, they can't work.
Right.
So imagine the stress that puts on the employer too. It's like, oh yeah, well, I lost track of time. And believe me, we have heard it all. You know, and when folks are up against it, and we thankfully, even so some of these folks were dead in the water, they would have to take a break from work for a little bit until they got their new trainee activated. But that interrupts everybody. That interrupts the employer, that interrupts the work that they have to do. And so we're trying to make it friendly without making it so plush that there's no incentive to just get on with it, right? So, 4 Rhonda said she could live with. Would 3 make more sense? I
Three would
mean,
make more sense to me personally, but Scott, what
okay.
do you think?
Well, you know, I get why we would, this is Kruger. I get why we would grant them an extension of a complete 2-year registration period. I mean, I could live with either one, you know. I just we don't really have that much turnover and we've never had anybody ever need to take that long. So I'm not really thinking along those lines. I certainly understand all of the reasons and life difficulties that people are facing. And it's hard for me to land on a number right now, but I could easily understand why 3 or 4 at the most would be sufficient. So I
I would go with
I'm not
3 if Scott
I'm not
doesn't care.
answering you.
No, it's okay. Tina, you had something to add?
Yeah, remember, this includes part-time people. So, 4 years for me is a little bit of a better because before it was 2 years plus 8 6-month extensions in the old rules.
Yeah, we must
So,
have gotten rid of that because this is the old rule. It says uninterrupted, but there's no limit on it.
oh, it's 6 1 year.
Oh, well, it says an
it's
environmental health
oh.
specialist may extend in consecutive uninterrupted 6-month increments, but I don't have any any
Okay.
max.
Okay.
No, it's
Anyway,
okay.
so
No, that makes
for-
sense.
Yeah.
Ward, does anybody do part-time anymore, Sean?
Sorry, I wasn't commenting on the part-time, but I was now I'm drawing a total blank of what I was just thinking of.
We were
Carry
talking
on,
about
it'll come back to me.
extensions. That's okay. Does anybody on the board, I mean, does anybody do part-time anymore? I mean, maybe you don't. I mean, I know some full-time is considered like 38 hours, 36 hours, but does anyone do part-time trainees? Is that a thing?
We don't, but I'll tell you, when I first started, when I was a trainee, I did part-time in 2 different places, one with Multnomah County and one with the Port of Portland, which made full-time. So there's that, but no, Multnomah County, we haven't done part-time in a very long time.
This is Kruger. I agree. We do not hire trainees part-time.
this is Tina. We do still have part-time people doing this up till even 6 months ago. So
Okay.
maybe it happens more in the rural areas.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That makes
So-
sense. So we're still okay with 4?
It came back to me. This is Rochette. I was going to ask just how much liberty do we have as the board to make changes after after a RAC has reviewed this? Like they suggested 5 years, right? What?
Wonderful question. RAC? Okay, you guys have authority. You guys have statutory authority. You're the ones that are going to vote on proposed and review public comment and permanent. They are feedback only. They're
Right.
essentially, we design the car, they're the crash test people, right? Like they're the ones that try to drive it, and then we take the feedback to you. Ultimately, it is your decision.
Right, right. But I guess the risk is that if we make a bunch of changes without RAC input, somebody could come back and say that, we didn't consider X, Y, and Z.
Oh no, you
maybe
considered
there's
it.
fiscal impacts that we didn't.
Well, that we're going to get
evaluate.
to. Right. We're going to get to the fiscal impact. But the thing is, it's like public comment. Okay. When you get public comment, you are statutorily required to consider it. That is not adopting. Right? They are just providing feedback. They are not an authoritarian body. They have no statutory authority. I simply bring to you guys, the voting body, what they said and why they said it. And you can consider it, but you don't have to follow it. Now, when it gets into rulemaking, we can't do this today. I apologize for that. We're going to have another meeting. You vote on proposed rules. You consider the feedback. You're going to be able to review and add to the fiscal impact and the racial equity statement.
Got it.
And then when it goes out for public comment, you are statutorily required to consider all the public comments that come in, right? One of the RAC's jobs is to kind of look at the rules and come up with areas of concern, is the phraseology they use. And you can review that, think about it, but ultimately you don't have to do it. Rhonda?
That was my confusion. I was thinking that we were voting to approve the rules done, and now it's clear that we're voting to approve proposed rules.
Proposed,
and then we
again,
open the comment. Yeah.
Right, and we can't do that. We can't do that today again because we've just found some issues we've got to consult some people with. But yeah, you're just going through, and I'm telling you what their concerns were and what their suggestions were, but they are just suggestions. Rhonda?
Yeah, hi. So I'm a little maybe confused. So point 4 is a trainee individual may not be a trainee longer than X years. And then at the bottom, a trainee must, sorry, my eyes are really bad, so I'm trying to read. Trainee must extend in consecutive uninterrupted 1-year increments. So if a trainee doesn't finish their everything that they need to finish within, say, 4 years, they could still extend. So they're not out the bucket. They might be out the job where they're working currently, because if they lost their trainee license with us, with Multnomah County, we wouldn't allow them a period of time to get into compliance with you guys, but they could start the process over by extending and find a trainee position somewhere else in Oregon, right? Is that how I'm reading that?
The way this is written, we are saying that an individual may not be a trainee longer than 4 years.
Okay.
So the way this is written, we might want to massage it. If you're trying to get to something else, but we're saying you can't wear this hat for longer than 4 years or you're done. Now, if you guys
totally fair.
If you want to massage that and say may not have a trainee registration longer than 4 years, if they need to go longer than 4 years, they must reapply and obtain a new registration and start the clock all over again. I mean, that's certainly something that we can put language in, but right now we're saying at the end of 4 years, you got to take that hat off and you're either done or you've joined the full meal deal team.
This is further. I'm sorry. Does this make sense that you would, now that you have renumbered 4, 5, and 6 to 1, 2, and 3, does
Mhm.
it make sense that one comes behind three? Because
Well,
you're
if you,
basically saying the trainee can renew consecutive uninterrupted at 1 year increments, but no longer than 4 years.
we could do, well, we could do that. We certainly, with a maximum of 4 years, we can certainly
I mean, it
do that.
seems like it makes more sense that you're giving them the criteria that, yes, you can extend, but no longer than this, and that all of that language just could be combined into into one statement.
Thank you, Scott. That's what I was trying to get at. It's
Oh,
just,
okay. Let's see. We were talking about extension. So if we wanted to, what we could do is make this one 1 and say, if you want to extend, because we're talking about extension and information, to extend, an individual must submit required work experience on a form. We still have that. A trainee must extend in consecutive, uninterrupted 1-year increments with a maximum time
This is
allowed.
Rochelle. Can I ask just a
Uh-huh.
quick question?
Yeah,
The
yeah.
initial registration is good for
1 year.
1 year. Okay. I wasn't sure if it was 1 or 2, and then this language kicks in with the
Right.
extensions.
Right. And the theory being, before the nuclear bomb went off in the middle of the rules, was that if you have a master's degree, you only need 1 year of experience.
Right.
So why would a trainee registration be automatically 2 if you only need 1? So we were trying to right size the amount of time. And also it makes more sense because pretty much all of our authorizations are built on a licensure year, like 1 year,
Right.
right?
Right.
So if you only need 1 year, why are you getting 2 out of the gate when we're trying to right size it, right? Like you might only need a year, you might need up to X,
Well,
depending on your
I guess
life.
the counterpoint to that would be that most people, assuming they come in with a bachelor's degree only, would need the 2 years.
Right. But then that gives them the option to extend
They'd have
once.
to extend, is what I'm getting at.
Right.
They would make
Yes.
their initial application and have at least 1 extension.
Yes.
Yep.
That would be the idea. And what's nice about that, and I mean, again, this is theory, right? What's nice about that is there's a phrase that came up at a rules advisory committee I had earlier this week, not for you guys, where one of the members talked about cognitive overload, right? There's so much going on. If a trainee gets used to the 1-year cycle and goes to full registration, that pathway in their mind is already established, that rhythm, right? If we go 2 years into 1 year and then we change it to something else, it's a lot to keep track of. And so part of at the health licensing office, we go, well, might it feel better to somebody? Okay, I do this every year. And then they become full registrants and they still do it every year. And it just feels more normal. And that was just something else we took into account. Instead of, okay, first you get the 2 years, even though maybe you only need 1, and then you've got 6-month extensions, and that's a lot to keep track of. And if you have to pay every time you extend, that can add up. You know, if you get pay a little bit and you get a whole year, gives you some time. I don't know. These were all the things that we've bandied about in both the Rules Advisory Committee and internal office committees. So, what are your thoughts? I mean, with a
This is
maximum of
further.
4 years. Yeah.
I really feel like, you're telling them, you can extend in 1 year increments, no longer than 4 years. And if I'm putting my trainee lens on and I'm reading this, then I want to know what if. And I would like to see some language behind that that says the what if is then you go back to square one and start over again. So
Oh,
that
you
it's very
do. See,
clear to them what the process is. And yes, you can extend no longer than 4 years. If you don't meet that threshold, you must start over again. And I know you wouldn't say that language in there, but you must, reapply or whatever legal language you use.
okay. So, how's the rest of the board feeling about that?
That
Because
would
we
be
can add
helpful.
language.
Yeah. That's what's
It just-
unclear to me, especially with those part-time individuals, is, if you got somebody who's working less than half time, there's no way that they're going to get to this in 4 years. It just mathematically doesn't add up.
This is
Rhonda?
Kruger.
Can we parse it out so that we have verbiage for the full-time person and verbiage for the part-time person?
I think that's going to be difficult because then you're going to
Okay.
have to define full-time and you're going to have to define part-time. And there's
Okay.
always going to be that person who's going to say, well, my full-time is 39, but it's not part-time. They say it's full-time. And then the part-time person is going to say, oh, well, we're going to have to define, and we're going to be right back. I mean, Tina might agree with me. We're going to be right back with this 38, 40. There's going to be somebody who falls right on the inside of it, and they're going to be stuck. So, if
And I
you,
agree. This is Kruger. I agree with you because I know of plenty of counties that their full-time equivalent is 37 and a half hours a week.
Mhm.
I think that
So
my concern with the 4 years is Eastern Oregon and how they would ever get anybody through in 4 years when they don't. I mean, like some of the counties only need an environmental health specialist 20 hours a month. And so they're just not going to be able to ever meet this ever. So
so are we back to the 5 years?
well, I'm not saying I want to do that. I'm just pointing out that this is great for Multnomah County and the bigger counties, but the smaller counties, this is not helpful at all. So
this is Kruger. I hear you, Bonnie. I completely hear you. We just came out of training last week, and the rural counties, Malheur, Harney, Lake were represented, and I hear your point. I just that's not our reality on this side of the fence, but I can see why it's the reality on that side of the fence, and I don't know where we find middle ground to accommodate every situation. But I guess we just don't resonate on our side of the fence that somebody would be working that little as a trainee. We're wanting them to get the experience, get it finished, and get their step increase to a level 2 as quickly as possible. And I guess all I'm trying to say is we just don't really have any practical experience in dealing with what you described. And I don't want to discount it either. And so I don't know what a middle ground is. This is really hard. Thank you. I'm learning a lot.
Well, and that's why the RAC said 5 years. Tina?
Yeah, another thing to think of, your individuals in these bigger counties are going to get done and out as soon as possible because they know that they can go to that next step. And isn't it a pay raise for them?
Generally speaking, it would be a step increase, correct?
Yeah. So we don't have that many full-time people having to needing those extensions, but it does happen. And that's why we wanted to open this up to allow those individuals, for example, and Anne's used this, but somebody has lost a parent in another state and they have to, and well, say they have cancer and they're trying to take care of them in that other state and they have to take a leave of absence because their parent then dies and then they have to go and take care of their estate. So
We've had
you're
it happen.
looking, yes. And so you're looking at these individuals then run out of time and they're like, oh my God, now I have to reapply and do everything all over and sure they can keep their hours and then continue. But this 4 or 5 years, whatever you guys decide, will give those individuals in those harder circumstances to be able to continue their training.
Right. And honestly, I mean, something that we haven't mentioned is we're looking at it from our lens, right? You guys are employers. The employer can have restrictions on, what your trainees can or can't do or how long they can be away, and that's on you. But we don't want to have, we don't want to hamstring somebody from the authorization side, right? Which is something that we have now because of our statutes. It's very, very restrictive, and we've all had somebody freaking out on the phone because they've got a life circumstance, they got sick or got some horrible, the injury, and they can't work and the clock is ticking. And so, but as employers, when you say if you have somebody who can't pass the NEHA, then it's up to you guys. You can impose whatever discipline that you want, but we don't want to be the ones to cut people off because then you guys call us and say, what the heck is going on, right? So we're trying to provide the biggest possible envelope within reason, allowing for all this stuff. But as employers, you guys have power too.
I know, this
So,
is Simpson. I know in Arizona where I worked, our county had a thing that if you couldn't pass it within 3 tries, you were out.
are you talking about the NEHA?
Yeah, but it was,
Yeah.
it was in another state and it was 20 something years ago. But I was wondering if that's something that like a county could put that in, or is that, can a county be more restrictive than these rules here?
I can say for the state, this is Rochette. Our language right now, when we hire folks that don't have, the credentials, we give them 2 years to get the credentials.
Yeah.
And so
So,
that to me is more strict than what we're looking at right now. But Bonnie, the example you gave for Eastern Oregon, um, 4 or 5 years makes no difference for your scenario if somebody's working 20 hours a month. Like that's going to take, a very long time.
Right,
And the other thing is that, people are, even if they fall off as a trainee, it sounds like it's not the end of the world. They just need to reapply as a trainee, and then the 4-year clock starts again, and they already have their previous hours counting towards. Correct?
Well, I've heard 2 things. What we have right now, Sean, is that if somebody smashes up against the time and their trainee, they forget to renew or extend is the language we use with these trainees. They forget to extend, there's a gap. They can't extend their existing trainee registration because it says consecutive and uninterrupted. So now they're floating in space. So what we do is we have them say, the registration you were using is now off limits to you. Like you can't extend that, but you can reapply. We have your education and DocuWare, we have all that stuff, but you have to pay another application fee. You have to get a new trainee, and you can take the hours you've already earned and that's the other thing is people will continue to work with an inactive registration, and we tell them the hours that you've accrued don't count. Okay, because not only should you not have been working without a registration, you can't count those. So if you were in the wind for a month, guess what? Not only were you in violation of the law, you can't count those hours. So,
I'm talking about previous hours while they were a trainee, though.
Yes, while they were a trainee, that is banked, that is earned, that is your hours checking account. That does not go away. But I heard Scott say, you have to start all over. Now, starting all over with time and making those hours disappear are 2 different things, and we need to be very specific about that. Right? Are you going to allow them to keep the hours that they accrued, or do those go away if they can't do it in 4 years? Because if you're going to say you can keep going, you can keep the hours you've earned, would it be easier for them and everybody else not to put a limit on it and say you could be a trainee forever? I know that goes against what Rhonda said at the beginning, but this is what you guys have to weigh in. If you're going to put a limit on it, can they keep their hours? What is that limit? And what does the next step look like? Jesse?
Okay, so as somebody sitting in back and listening to all of this and not having this as a problem with any work that I've done, I think that 4 years is perfectly reasonable. I've been in a lot of the scenarios where I've had to take care of people out of state, had to handle my mother's estate from she lived in Connecticut. Had to do it all from Oregon. Probate lasts for exactly 1 year, whether you're there or not. It can all be handled, and that's just one part of it. I understand taking care of people, having a family, whatever. The other side of it is, though, you have to think also about the employer, the people that are looking at these people as people that they want to rely upon to come and do the work. You don't want to have to hold those jobs open forever and ever and ever and ever and ever, hoping that one day they'll get fully registered. So that, so that's another segment of it. The thing that I'm wondering is if person takes a break and they get to the end of their 4 years, which is something that I think is a perfectly reasonable amount of time. I don't think any longer than 4 years. But at the end of 4 years, if they decide that they want to come back in and start again, but they want to keep the hours that they do, is there some way to administer some kind of like a mini knowledge thing to make sure that they haven't forgotten all the stuff that they need in order to move forward with those hours? Or is that too problematic?
Board, what do you think?
As
Yeah,
well.
Sean?
Well, I was just thinking, you don't want to penalize people in these oddball situations. You don't want to just totally say the hours that you had, in the last 5 years, for example, suddenly don't count, right? Especially in these situations where people are like minimally part-time employed. I would, and I'm just throwing something out here, but what if you said something like the hours that you've accrued as a trainee will count towards, your active trainee license? Looking at the scenario where somebody has to reapply because the 4 years lapsed, maybe the hours within the last 10 years count or something like that.
Interesting. Tina?
Yeah. So I'm wondering if it wasn't easier, and I hate to even backtrack to this, if it wasn't easier just keeping the 2-year license with 6-month extensions if needed.
Well, the idea was with a master's degree, you only need 1 year. So if you were doing everything right, you only need a year, right? So that's the least, if we're building an arc, the absolute least amount of time that you can get full registration as a trainee is 1 year. Okay. So if things are optimal and you're optimal and you're a AA player, you have a year. If you need more, you can kind of get servings as you need them. Again, we're talking about whole year periods, trying to keep it simple in terms of paperwork and cognitive overload. But if the board feels differently, and this is what we were thinking of when we put these time periods together, was keeping it in as easy and right-sized units as possible. But
Rochette again.
Yeah.
Could we add like a provision in there? I hate to add another
No,
thing
you
that
can.
says this,
No,
but
you can do whatever you want. Let's try it on.
well, yeah. So I'm thinking, could we have language in the rule that says, individual may not be a trainee longer than 4 years unless otherwise approved by the board, for like an extension?
We could say, and we do have this kind of language. Well, obviously in the wastewater world, it says if you can't pass the exam after the second time, and that's in the statute, you have to ask the board for permission. We
Right.
have this language in other, and don't think about this order. We can put it anywhere, but we do have language in other boards And I would have to check to make sure that we're not exceeding our statutory authority, right?
Right.
I'd have to check on it. But there are boards where we say if you can't pass, like our local exam, I think cosmetology, if you can't pass on your 6th try, I'm just making this up because I don't know for sure, but they say if you haven't passed by the X number of tries, you have to get board permission to take it again. Right? So I don't specifically see that, but that doesn't mean it's not there in some other way, because we have belt and suspender statutes. We have yours, and then we have ones that overarch for the entire HLO. Like we have specific authorities. It might be in our authority. If you guys are feeling strongly about it, let's craft some language, and I can bounce it off the attorney and see if that's something that we can do. And would you be interested in saying something like, if a trainee cannot achieve full in 4 years, additional extensions must be approved by the board? But then
This
the
is Rudy. I
question,
would be amenable to that language.
but then the question would be, what kind of, and I don't even know if we can do this, but we can ask.
Right. And for how long? You know, we'd have to ask
right.
ourselves what's a reasonable amount of time for an extension. And that's where maybe somebody presents that, hey, I work a quarter of full time. This is going to take me X amount of years. You know, could the board grant a reasonable extension to accommodate the actual hours that they're working so that they could get to the finish line?
Because what I could do is I could strike this, make that 1, 2, and 3. How are we, Jesse? And your point is completely taken. I'm just kind of wondering if we had to do some kind of a knowledge thing, what that would look like based on individual circumstances and how that could be applied in a uniform way. And I'm not discounting that. I'm just kind of running the logistics of that through my mind. I'm not sure if the knowledge share or the knowledge test would be something we could do, but that was a great idea. Tina?
I want to kind of ease your guys' minds a little bit because of this combination of the part-time, full-time. There is not, I'm going to go ask Austin, and Derek's on the line, but I don't think we've ever had anybody that's taken past 4 years. I don't even think we've had any. Most of them are, the percentage probably is more higher on the 2-year mark than anything else.
Right.
Right. But that's because a lot of people get discouraged when they look at the things knowing that, like, well, I live in Lakeview and there's no way I'm going to be,
Yeah, these outside counties have a really hard time, which is why a lot of them are ceding their work over to public health.
right.
Because it's just really, really hard to do this kind of work out there. Rhonda?
I did it for Lakeview for a number of years. I did it for Lake County, and really, there were young people that were interested, but there was no way that they could get through this in order, but the way it used to be, there was no way I could train anybody because there wasn't the time, and also there was no money for me to bring on another person. But anyway, thank you guys for considering. I like the idea of the board.
Again,
approval.
I don't know if we have the authority to do that. I will have to check. Rhonda?
I'm wondering if we just changed the language so that it says, I'm a trainee, I have 4 years to complete this process. If I can't complete this process within 4 years, I can extend for X amount of time, a year or whatever it is. And then it's really up to the individual county to determine whether or not they're going to allow that extension. Is that possible? Because I know for us, we can't have somebody working for us who doesn't have a trainee license. None of us can, but we can't really hold on to somebody. We can't just give them a leave of absence to to get their training license back up and running. So then they would have the hours that they've already worked transfer to the next extension. Does that make sense?
I feel like there's two different things going on there, Rhonda, with you know, what the employer is going to require versus what the rules say,
Yeah.
right? Like an employer could be more strict on, you know, they could say 2 years, and if
Yeah.
you don't have it, sorry, you don't have a job, right?
Right.
Right. So
do we
then-
want to go ahead, Rhonda?
I was just going to say, so then if that's the case, then I don't necessarily, I mean, it makes sense based on the rule. If we can't parse out between full-time, part-time, which it sounds like that'd be too much of a headache, then it makes sense to lump in the part-time folks in the rural areas, and so that work could transfer from one lapse to the next. And then there would be maybe a max on how many times you could extend.
I'd agree with that.
Okay. I'll tell you what, is it possible for us to ponder this and take like a 5-minute break? Just a quick 5-minute break for restroom and coffee re-up, and we can come back and pick this up. Is that possible? Can we do that?
Sounds great.
Are we okay with that? Can we all come back at around like 11:45-ish? And is that all right? Thank you guys so
Oh, wait,
much.
and before we
Okay.
go on,
Yes.
how much longer do we have on this to do today?
I'll show you. I understand.
Yeah.
What we have, once we get over the trainee things, it's mainly me picking your brain about qualifying work experience, what that looks like qualifying supervisor experience. We have equivalent supervisor experience. It says a person possessing equal qualifications. So we have to go through what we list as qualifying work, supervisor experience, like things you could do. We have qualifying work experience for applicants, like what work they were doing that could count, like what are we adding, what are we taking out, and continuing education. So it depends on how fast we can get through that. But if you have to go, we still have quorum.
Okay,
So
great.
we understand.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes.
Okay,
thank you.
so let's give us 5 minutes and we'll be right back. Okay, Scott, when you come back, if you're hearing me, do you want to do a quick roll call to make sure we got everybody back?
Yes, I am here, and I will take roll.
Thank you.
Scott Critters present. Bonnie Simpson.
Present.
Rhonda Robb.
Present.
Sean Rochette.
Present.
Dr. Eric Lamb.
Present.
Jesse Lanou.
Present.
Thank you.
Perfect. Awesome. I forgot to mention to the person who asked that we do want to go over the fiscal impact and racial equity if we have time to do that. I know we're going to have to meet again, but I'm trying to make that as short as possible. So when we left off, we were talking about trainees and the maximum amount of time that they can be trainees. The question that I was pondering as I ran to the ladies was, can trainee limitations be handled at the county level or the employer level so that we don't have to get involved? And that way we can just say it's good for 1 year. And if the counties want to limit that or extend that, that can be right-sized at the county level. Does that sound interesting? Within internal policy.
This is Lamb. I don't think the counties should be able to extend longer than the state. They can be more restrictive, but not less.
Okay.
This is Simpson. I think that I think I understand what you're saying is exactly what Dr. Lamb just said, that for the counties to create stricter internal policies to limit, such as you can't be a trainee more than 3 years or whatever.
Okay. So with that in mind, do we want to, okay, the question is, number one, do we want to have a maximum? Is that something we all want or no?
This is Rochette. I think it makes sense to have one because in probably 95% of the applications of it, people are going to have it done within 2 years, definitely 4 years. But I do like that, trying to see if we have that statutory authority as a board to approve beyond that for the Eastern region type examples we've been talking about, the very part-time scenarios.
Okay.
This is Kruger. I agree. I think having a end date of 4 years makes sense, but also allowing them, extension under board approval if we can do that would be
Okay.
amenable.
Okay, Bonnie, Rhonda, are we okay with this new number 3 if I can get statutory approval?
Simpson, yeah, that'd be great if it can go through statutory approval.
Okay.
It's fine.
Okay, because I'm going to have trust me, I got to call DOJ today. So that's certainly something I can ask if we can do. Is that okay?
This is Rhonda. Yeah, I'm okay with it. That's great.
Okay, terrific. So are we okay with moving on?
Let's
Yes,
move
please.
Okay. Okay. I know writing rules is exhausting. I get it. So this is the part where we say you're either a registrant or you have a supervisor with equal qualifications. The statute says a person possessing equal qualifications as determined by the board. If you look, the plain text is what currently qualifies. As if somebody says, well, my supervisor in the state that doesn't give registration was doing EHS work, but we couldn't get a registration. This kind of gives an outline of what that means, right? So an equivalent supervisor, what we currently have is the bachelor's degree with 45 science hours, and 2 years, I changed the language to say, and the equivalent of 2 years of full-time work experience directly related to the duties of an EHS, or a graduate degree in any of the areas that are now statutorily allowed, public or community health, or another environmental health field, and the equivalent of 1 year full-time experience directly related to the duties of environmental health specialist. And it just pretty much outlines if somebody says, hey, I worked for a supervisor that was equal, substantially equivalent to Oregon. This is what it looked like. We updated the language here. We said work experience, and these are the old words, directly related, includes but is not limited to any of the following fields. Now, I ran this by the RAC. They didn't add anything to A. They did make some changes to B. The bold was something they added. They said that the American Institute of Baking doesn't exist anymore. I took the word for it. They added the Commission Corps of Public Health Services, Indian Health Services. These were just, you see the bold? This is what they added. They added epidemiology. I spelled out hazard analysis because I don't know what HACCP was. Do you guys want to look over this and say, is there anything you want to add? Anything you want to take away? What do you think?
This is Rochette. I'm scared to go down this rabbit hole because it's something I'm passionate about. And one of the reasons.
Go in that rabbit hole.
Well, so I'm a wastewater specialist, not a registered environmental health specialist. Years ago, I was told I could not be a supervisor for an REHS trainee and that individual was exclusively going to be doing on-site wastewater work. No food inspections, nothing else. And so I'm bringing this up because I think that's a problem potentially, where I would argue a wastewater specialist is more competent, at least from a soil science standpoint, to supervise somebody whose sole job duties are related to on-site wastewater work. So I'm bringing that up because I'm getting at the point like that should be allowed in my mind, but others may have a difference of opinion.
Well, yeah, while you guys work that out, let me pull up the big book and see if they parse it out. Because
Well, it
one of
says
the things,
the board may approve. And so there's language there. And I don't know if we ever got that far to the board making a decision. We just kind of passed it off to somebody else in our organization who was an REHS already and said, go with it.
okay, so you might have requirements that are in addition to what we have. Okay. Oh yeah, okay, because it says, yeah, because environmental health people can do everything. Wastewater people can only do wastewater.
Yep. But my question is, could a wastewater specialist be the supervisor for an REHS trainee if the person's daily job duties only involve on-site wastewater work?
Well, we're talking about the very broad.
Right.
And the problem when we have these one-offs is maybe in
They're not
your
one-offs,
case.
though. They're
Well,
more than
no.
one-offs.
But what I'm saying is, and I mean, we could check, but the idea of we would have to write rules that say a wastewater specialist can supervise only if they're doing these things, but not if they're doing these things. I'm thinking of the regulatory, how we would turn that very specific circumstance into an enforceable rule. And if an enforceable rule is necessary.
And
You
so
know what
I'm
I'm
getting
saying?
at the reality that a REHS,
Sure.
even though they need these professional hours of experience, the reality is many of these people are not getting experience across all disciplines that an REHS covers. It may be very narrowed and focused. They may only do food inspections. They may only do wastewater type work.
But are they going for full or this is where I'm getting confused because I know back in the day we had a whole conversation about on-site inspections, septic inspections, and the board went all down into some rabbit warrens about do they have to can we just do this one area? Can we? And it was like environmental health specialists are defined very broadly, and it was
Right.
just there was no headway that was made in that conversation.
And we could punt this to a later conversation. It's not that critical. I don't expect anything to change today. I'm just pointing out the fact that REHS, the exam and all that is very broad, but an individual's scope of work may be very, very narrow and not
Sure. Now,
cover all of those.
are you talking about supervision on the job, or are you talking about supervision as far as amassing trainee hours?
Hours. Yep.
Oh. Okay.
I'm making the point that if an REHS, go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying, I was just gonna play off of Sean. I believe, I understand what he's saying, that, you know, it would be difficult in his situation if he wasn't an REHS to bring in a trainee because he doesn't meet the requirements of being able to have that trainee be under the supervision of a registered environmental health specialist. So that's a concern.
Right.
I get that. I don't know how we move past that, but I certainly understand what he's saying.
I think it could be approved through the board as the language exists today. But, you know, you'd have to make the case too that that individual that's seeking REHS trainee, their supervisor is a wastewater specialist in this example. You'd have to narrow that their scope of work is tied specifically to on-site wastewater work.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a real lift because I'm looking at the statute 700-035 number 4, and it says an environmental health specialist trainee shall, not may, it's must, be supervised by a registered environmental health specialist or a person possessing equal qualifications as determined by the board. So what we're doing is we're doing equivalent supervisor qualifications. And equal, I think we all know what that means, right? So what this list is doing is giving the licensing department and us a chance. If somebody comes in and says, I worked for the USDA, again, as Tina pointed out earlier, food processing inspector for the USDA, Department of Agriculture, Institutes of Health. If somebody says, I was supervised by these individuals, this is what the board is saying is equivalent to an EHS work
This is
done.
Simpson.
Go ahead.
Did I see what was C on there? Or can you scroll down just a little bit?
Of course, of course.
So
Oh, no. That it's A and B.
okay.
Directly duties includes but is not limited to. And then it
Okay, that
says,
makes sense.
right,
Okay.
management of a restaurant chain at the corporate level, including developing, managing, or leading training in any of the following areas: sanitation, public health, vector control, water systems, hazard analysis, food safety. And this is at the national level: pest control, federal codes, or process control. Right now, and we can change any of these. They added, the RAC added D. Go ahead.
Well, I just kind of want to back Sean up because I get that the way that we have it set up in Oregon is somehow wastewater seems to be less than or not equal to environmental health, but it is. It's a huge part of the test, and it's a huge part of environmental health. But I will be quiet now and put my mic off.
No. I mean, I get it. I'm just operating within, and I'm going to double check because I don't believe your statutory change. And again, they asked us, like, what do you want to change? And we just addressed things that we knew were ongoing issues. But
Right.
so they
And
didn't change. What was 4 is now 3. An environmental health specialist shall be supervised, or trainee shall be supervised by an REHS or a person possessing equal qualifications. And so we are working on what are some examples of areas that the person doing this work would have been equal. Go ahead, Sean.
Well, yeah, and again, going back to my point that by that language right there, equal, it could be the supervisor could be somebody who's doing any type of work that's tied to the REHS scope. And then, going further as we get into what's equal for supervisor for a waste specialist, we're going to run into the same situation. And I would beg the question, is an REHS equal? Because wastewater is a fraction of the overall REHS. It's a weird dynamic between the two.
Yeah, and I've never really understood it. Well, and remember, anything I'm showing you, feel free to say, do we need any of this at all? You could, I mean, and remember, everything has a double-edged sword. The more specific you are, the less interpretation you're going to have at the board level. If we introduce any gray areas, you guys are going to have to be involved. But if you want to, I mean, it says equivalent, possessing equal qualifications as determined by the board. If you want to, we can just make a rule that says anytime somebody wants to take advantage of this statutory opportunity, they got to run it by you. And you guys would have to look through applications and count hours, do all of that for us if you wanted to get rid of all of this specificity, because I hear what you're saying. I mean, they could be, or you can make any of these more specific. We have here now inspector for US FDA, US Department of Agriculture, National Institutes of Health. These are all the inspector level. Okay, you can't be answering the phones for the CDC and count it, right? Commissioned an inspector for the Commission Corps. Go ahead.
This is Simpson. I wouldn't make them more restrictive. I would add soil scientist.
Okay, we can do that.
This is Kruger,
completely.
and I agree that should be there. I think I personally have been in that situation where my supervisor, and of course I'm in environmental health, so it's a little easier to process, but my supervisor was not a registered environmental health specialist. He was a business manager. And so when I did my trainee turn, I was assigned to senior staff who was REHS. So I think it's a little easier for us because those persons are always going to fall under the wing of somebody who is. So that doesn't necessarily mean the supervisor has to be, just somebody has to be.
Right.
And I would agree with Sean that, it seems like we're, looking too narrowly, for wastewater specialists, and we should include some criteria for people that do that work. And soil scientists would be completely appropriate in my opinion.
Okay, so if we, first of all, where would we put that? And second of all, what you're saying is that the statute says shall be supervised by a registered EHS or a person possessing equal qualifications as determined by the board. So what you're saying is we can list somebody here with a soil scientist, and you guys will give me the words, and you could say that that is equal to an EHS, what they have to know and what they do. Because equal has a very specific meaning.
And I understand what you're saying, and this is Kruger, and I'm one of the only 7 counties in the state that has on-site people in his program, and so I can appreciate that. That would be something that would be, important to include. If in fact we had people coming in that were specifically doing that work.
Well, and to go further, this Rochette, I would argue that any of these, these inspector organizations we're listing don't encompass the full breadth of what an REHS could do. The CDC doesn't know anything, well, or probably isn't involved in on-site wastewater permitting, right?
Okay, and maybe the RAC misunderstood, because I said
it would just be, how you have E there with epidemiology, I would just add E and add wastewater stuff, such, I can't think of the language right now. Sean would probably be better at it, but add, because here we have B is inspector, C is managing these restaurant chains with HACCP, D is epidemiology, and then you would just add E and do some, we also would include air quality. Gosh, we do so much, but I would definitely include on-site wastewater systems, design, installation,
Agreed.
placement, all of that stuff that we do. If a person knows how to do that, they're an environment, they should be, or whatever, but going out and inspecting
that would allow them
to equip you for that.
But that would allow them to be considered a supervisor for an EHS trainee?
Why would, I think so, because why would somebody who's managing a corporate restaurant chain, be more qualified than somebody who's designing on-site wastewater systems? 50% of the test is on-site wastewater systems.
Okay. No, I'm just trying to get my mind around your choices. So if I'm questioned, I can represent you.
I don't
well, does any of this want to go away? Well, first of all, do you want any of this to go away? Because this was selected 13 or 14 years ago. So does any of this want to go away? Food processing, if you want to get rid, and we have had applicants. Oh my gosh, we've had so many applicants that are like, yeah, I managed a restaurant. And that's why we have to, it's always helpful, and tell us if it's not possible, and we'll just bring it before the board. It's always helpful to have some lines and rule where, not necessarily what is, but certainly what isn't,
And can I say, so this environmental health qualifying work experience is individuals.
This is the supervisor part. These are people. Yeah, this is the supervisor. We're saying equivalent supervisors.
I'm curious what Scott would say about number C under 2C.
Yeah.
If
I mean,
it's-
if you don't think that this is valid, we can propose to
Hey.
spike it.
Yeah, we're starting to get down a rabbit hole, but I certainly understand where you're going because we're really looking at the body of our work.
Mm-hmm.
With REHS being a generalist, but generally, I think most of the people focus on the fact that we're restaurant inspectors, even though we know we do way more than that. And so, you know, if somebody was a qualified wastewater specialist in a program, and let's say that's me, and now I have somebody coming into my program who's going to be a generalist and generally doing restaurant inspections and those types of licensed facility work that we do, does that qualify them to be a supervisor for something that they don't have a lot of understanding in? Potentially, not discounting the fact that they're soil scientists and have a high degree of knowledge, but it's specific.
Yeah, I'd say
And
no in
so,
that case, Scott. Like I
yeah,
agree with you there, but if the scope of the individual's work was on-site related, regardless or not of
correct,
whether they were
correct.
pursuing REHS or wastewater specialist,
It,
that's a
it
scenario.
almost does beg the question, does it need to be called out separately?
Right.
I
Okay,
mean,
and
and I don't know that we have the bandwidth to do that today, but I hear
Right.
you.
so just so that we're all on the same page, these are things that a non-registrant could do and be considered equal to as far as being a supervisor to somebody who is EHS registered. Tina?
Okay, so this is what I think this is for, because right after it's about the environmental health qualifying work experience. In the past, we've had individuals that have come in that want to use their work experience, say they worked at DEQ. And one of these supervisors that are mentioned up above will fill out a form telling what their duties are. And then not all their duties are accepted. It's gone through and looked at to see what is related to environmental health. And then
What did they
those hours are forwarded to their trainee license. Am I wrong about this, Anne, as to why we have this in here?
Well, yeah, part of it is helping put some parameters around. We have things, remember, up above for qualifying. You have 5 years of equivalent experience, or you have X number of years. And there are scenarios, and Scott mentioned one of them. There are states that do not have REHSs. Right? They don't have that. Maybe the big resource things are federal and you're working for mining, or you're working for an oil company or something like that. So we were trying to put, or whoever did this before, was trying to list some things for licensing. If you come in and you say, I worked as a blank, it's not just the work you do that is important, it's who was your supervisor. Remember, we talk about supervised experience.
Correct.
So what this rule does is outline some parameters around who your supervisor could be and meet the requirements as an equivalent supervisor to an EHS, so that we don't have to take every single application as a one-off. Like if they worked they worked in a USDA meat packing plant and their boss was an inspector from USDA, where we go, oh, okay, look, that's been said by the board to be valid supervision. Now, what kind of work were you doing? And then we can see how much of that can be counted toward the 2 years.
So I would propose that we've listed all these other disciplines under 2 and all these possible experiences that count. I would propose we add something that states, soil science or wastewater, somebody working in those 2 disciplines. but I'm curious how others feel about that. I mean, if we're spelling out all these different types of industries or work that count,
If
why
you want
wouldn't
to,
those count
if you
too?
want to keep them, this is your chance. You can spike anything you want to spike too.
This is Lamb. I would not be opposed to adding a soil scientist, but can you speak to the statutes that the public health officer subsection H refers to?
It says a health officer employed pursuant to 431. I think I looked that up earlier. Guys, talk amongst yourselves. I'm gonna look that up real quick.
I would say
I'm
that
retired.
would probably fall under the category of like my public health director or my health department director.
Right. So I was Baker County health officer for 12 years. I would not be qualified to supervise an environmental health specialist trainee.
035.
Not one of my duties.
Says
Yeah, I think if you're going to supervise a RHS, a food, hotel, any of those, that line of work, you really need to know what you're doing, what the work they're doing. You need to know the code. You need to understand all of that. And
these statutes address public health, assessment and epidemiology, public health law, foundational capabilities, emergency preparedness, health equity, cultural responsiveness, communicable disease
a public
control.
health officer who has those qualifications.
Yeah, this is when you say employed pursuant to 431, 035 to 431, 510 has to do with public health, communicable disease programs, environmental public health programs. Clinical preventative services. That's anyone employed. A public health officer in any of those areas is considered an equivalent supervisor.
Can I add something? I think you're getting confused. I don't know who the gentleman was that just talked. These individuals will not be supervising a trainee. These individuals would be somebody we would be looking at if work experience is coming in. Whether
on an
or
application.
Yes, whether or not these individuals, if any of their experience could be accepted under the supervision of these individuals, but they're not going to be supervising a trainee.
That is absolutely correct. Thank you, Tina. Yeah, no, these are, somebody comes in and uses that equivalent experience saying, I've had, how it said you have 15 quarter hours and 5 years of experience. It's not just, you can't just say you were working. Your work has to be evaluated to see if you were performing the duties as we just, of environmental health or wastewater or whatever. And then we have to say it's not just the work you did. The statutes say it has to be under a registered EHS, but if you're in a state without registered EHSs, we'd say who was your supervisor and what were they doing? And these were some of the things that we listed as counting, in that realm, right? So you worked somewhere. Oh, Bonnie must have bumped out. You worked somewhere and you're telling us you want your work experience to count. So we're looking at what you were doing and who you were supervised by.
For example,
it just wouldn't be Baker County Health Department.
Go ahead, Tina.
For example, not very long ago, we had somebody come through that's worked for a college for 20-something years and also taught, but oversaw a meat processing plant. So they had to go through this to see how many hours would go towards their trainee license.
Yep. Rhonda, I saw your hand up.
yeah, I just wanted to let you know I need to take off here in a couple minutes.
Okay. Thank you. And we're going to have to schedule another meeting sometime this month. I hope you can make it. Because if I don't get these rules in by November 1st, we're not going to make the deadline for getting this rulemaking in order. But
Okay.
right is more important than right now if we're not going to make it. But we're going to have something else. We'll let you know. We hope you can attend. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I should be around. So thank you
Okay,
so
so
much for everything.
Rhonda, that's okay. So Rhonda leaves us at 12:25.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mhm. Okay. So, any more? So you guys wanted to add in another state that doesn't have REHSs, anybody who is a soil scientist, their supervision, if they supervise somebody, they would count. Is there any other text or just soil scientist?
No, I was thinking soil scientist, or, well, I guess we could say, a wastewater specialist. And I
What?
say that in a more broad term than our defined wastewater specialist credential.
Well, should we now, if somebody is a calls themselves their job description, and remember, you guys live in a rarefied world, right? There are people who, well, there was a guy who worked in the military, and he said his title was environmental health specialist. And when we saw his job duties, it included digging latrines in Iraq. Okay. So we have to be very careful when the phrase wastewater specialist, think about that could be used in another place, and they may not have the gamut of experience that wastewater specialists have in Oregon's definition. So if we're going to say you could be a soil scientist or a wastewater specialist, do you want to clarify, if they were a wastewater specialist in a state that had a job called that and your job was to monitor, I don't know, overflow somewhere, but they didn't do the whole spectrum of what you do. Would you
We're
want to
talking about the
clarify that?
supervisor. We're
Yeah.
talking about the experience that could count towards a supervisor,
Equivalent
right?
supervisor, according to statute, equivalent EHS or equivalent supervisor as defined by the board. So this would be somebody comes in, they said they worked for just a plain old wastewater specialist somewhere. Is that good enough, or do you need to add any more clarifications?
I think we need to
'Cause
add more clarifications, but I think we need time to look into what those should be.
Well, and look at G. Does G get us there? Because this is already there.
Oh, there you go.
Not all wastewater folks work within public health offices. I mean, personally, that's how I started my career, was doing wastewater in a public health office in a different state, but that's not always the case. So the challenge here is that the REHS is such a broad scope of work, and here we are trying to define all the possible relevant
Well, not all.
experience.
It
Well,
says
right.
including but not limited to. So if
Right.
anybody had anything that we weren't sure about or seemed too left of center, we could bring it to the board and ask them.
Right.
So the
right.
12 domains covered by the NEHA exam. That's a joke, by the way.
Well, I think since wastewater is a piece of REHS work and the exam, you would think it would make sense to count that relevant experience in that case. That's the point I'm trying to make. How we word it, I'm not 100% sure.
Well, it used to be F, now it's G. We currently have registered professional engineers working in drinking water, wastewater, or similar fields. Okay.
Well, that limits it to professional engineers only. What about a certified professional soil scientist? What about, there's a million other different avenues, a professional geologist, for example. I mean, there's so many people that I would hold. Well, I won't get into the engineer realm. I've seen good work and bad work. I'm just saying.
Okay, so do you want to clarify that? And what if we went with
registered professionals that work in soil science or wastewater, something to that effect?
So we don't need we could strike engineers. Registered professionals, we can add that in bold, just registered professionals. Of course, people would say, what's a professional?
Well, right.
Working in drinking water, wastewater.
Soil science.
Okay, Here we go. Now we're getting somewhere. soil science,
Or similar. I like that.
or similar fields. And we'll just leave that. And we can, obviously you can think about this. We're not adopting proposed rules today. But we can think about that. And if we want to make a minor change at the next meeting, we can. But that seems to get to what you need. Oh, right? And we made some traction there.
In this section, anyways.
Okay. And are we okay with some of these other things that were listed? We seem to have some doubts now on C. Do we want to just propose to spike this? Like epidemiology was added by the RAC. Are we okay with that? I mean, we can make changes. We can take things away. We can add them as long as, we're in the statutory
As
authority.
somebody who's working in epidemiology, I want it to stay.
Well,
I
no, that
agree,
was
it should
added.
stay.
That was
Yeah.
actually added. This was added by the RAC. That's why it's in bold. It wasn't there before.
It's a good addition.
Yeah, sure. But do you guys want to get rid of C entirely? Because we do get a lot of applicants that are like, oh yeah, I worked in a restaurant for 10 years and I want to count that because I had to wash this and that and we had to spray for roaches and that's all relevant and then that leaves us in the position of saying no. And if we have something to go by here
because I mean, most of the time when they have people who do food safety at restaurants, they hire licensed environmental health specialists.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know that.
Has this outlived its usefulness? We can propose to spike it. I mean, we have inspectors, we have the FDA, we have CDC, and we have inspectors. I don't know, is that, or should we just say professionals working for? I don't know if inspector is still the best term, but this is what we had before.
Right. And would an organization like OSHA be appropriate? We could probably go on and on this forever.
Okay. Well, it says a
This is
similar
further.
organization.
I mean, I don't disagree because then we're starting down this rabbit hole about, what about hydrogeologists and what about, I think we all fall under the heading of public health. Does anybody working in public health qualify? It just seems like it's a kind of an exhausting exercise.
Well, it is. And, but whenever we list something, okay. And just to let you know, the questions are because if you don't list anything, the statute says a person possessing equal qualifications as determined by the board. So determining these qualifications is something you have to do. Now, you can do it this way, or we can call you every single time we get somebody like this, and you're in the position of having to judge that and stay fair and equal. You would have to look at these applications, and we've had boards to do this. They say, no, we want to look at them all. So you can either put the work in as a list like this, and then we can also caveat it as saying, but not limited to, or you can look at every application as it comes in, whenever this comes into play, and you can sit down and go over applications. So it's tiring either way when you have these general descriptions. The question is, how do you want to approach it? So if you want to make a list, we got to revisit this. And if you just want to look at every single application as it comes in, you can determine it by the board whenever that happens. So it really depends on how you guys want to approach it. Back then, the board at the time said a list seems like a good idea. The RAC liked the list. They added a few things to it, took a couple things out, and now we're here.
Well, can I propose, this is Rochette, that we take a look at this for the next, it's inevitable that we're meeting again. So maybe we look at that, formulate our thoughts, jot down potential changes rather than just spin our wheels on this for now.
Okay, that sounds like a good idea if everybody's okay by that. And wastewater is funny because non-registered supervisors, according to the statute, still have to be approved by the board on a case-by-case basis. So when it comes to wastewater supervisions, that is still in the statute that says specifically that wastewater non-registrant supervisors have to be approved on a case-by-case basis.
So there's 8 people in the state currently that could be supervisors.
Oh, no. You're missing. You're conflating
Okay.
a couple of things. This is if somebody claims relevant work experience under some random supervisor, okay?
Okay.
Then the board would have to sit down and say, non-registrant wastewater person doing X work, your supervision is considered good. The work, your supervisor approving your work back when, wherever, is okay. Apparently, supervisor wastewater people, like in other states or states that don't have registration or whatever, are so varied that the statute says if somebody claims that they were doing work experience that qualified, the board would have to look at who their supervisor was in order to say yes or no.
And
Well,
this is Lamb. This goes back to your statement about the military personnel.
Mm-hmm.
He could claim his sergeant was his supervisor that says go dig latrines.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And we had to tell him, and he was, I'm sorry, go ahead, Dr. Lamb.
That's I think that's why that's there, is there's so many definitions depending on where you're at. What
That's
does
exactly
wastewater
right.
management mean?
That's exactly right. And that poor gentleman came in, and to his point, and this is why we have definitions, right? Especially if we have things like someone says, hey, I need a Band-Aid. Well, Band-Aid is a trademarked name, and it's also just an adhesive bandage, right? Everybody, that's why we have definitions. Because if I say wildlife and I'm sitting in Alaska, I'm going to have a very different mental picture than somebody sitting in Florida who says wildlife. And that's why whenever there's a term that could be interpreted differently, we use it in definitions and say, for the purposes of these rules, this is what this means. He submitted an application and said, I was an environmental health specialist for the U.S. Army for X number of years, and I want my work experience to qualify. So what we had to do is look and say, what were you doing? Did it match the description of environmental health specialist in Oregon? And the answer was he was digging latrines, so no. And who was his supervisor? He was a sergeant who didn't exactly have all the qualifications he would need to be an environmental health specialist in Oregon. So that's what we're looking at. What were you doing? And who was your supervisor? And both places you can get stuck. Does that make sense?
Yep, I'm good.
Yep.
Okay. So we're back in the same thing, only we're doing qualifying work experience. Before it was the supervisor. Now this is work experience. And this is the qualifying pre-registration. Remember that whole 15 quarter hours and 5 years of qualifying work experience? This is what that was getting at. Like, what were you doing that would count as qualifying work experience? So again, this is something that was here before. Anything in light face type was here before. Bold was added. Obviously, we don't use sanitation. Environmental health is the new term. And here are the things that count as qualifying work experience. Not limited to, but if you were doing these things, inspector for FDA, U.S. Department of Agriculture, National Institutes of Health, CDC, any of these things, that work experience would qualify unless you guys spike it or change it.
Can we change it to be consistent with what we just did above for E?
Of course, we can. E? That was.
Well, it was E down below.
Are you talking about the soil science? Or are you talking about? Okay.
Where we changed the engineer to professional and then we added soil science.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Let's see. Inspector, epidemiologist, teaching, registered. So where did I put that?
It's just below there. Keep going. Scroll down.
Soil science as a public health officer. Registered professionals.
Yeah.
Working in drinking water. Okay. Thank you. I start to go
in-
blind.
Are the two sections pretty much the same?
Right.
Not really, because this one we have considered not qualifying work experience. Oh, and this is engineering work and drinking water
And that's what we had
waste
above before until we changed this. It said
to.
professional engineer though.
Yes, see, that's where it's different. So how about just professional work?
Yeah. And then
Okay.
adding the
Yeah.
soil science. Yeah.
Yep. Can do.
Does anybody see the benefit in adding OSHA to the list of things that were above in, I think, B?
It does say or similar organizations, and I think that
Okay. That's fine. I don't want to belabor it.
No, it's
Yeah.
okay. I mean, rule work is hard. That's what I said. So if
Oh,
we
I
have
know.
professional work in drinking water, wastewater, soil science, or similar fields, in a jurisdiction that doesn't require licensure, we use licensure and should we say registration? I don't know. To make it even, might say registration. But the thing is, some states call it licensure.
Or
And then,
certification. Yeah.
okay.
I'm not
Again,
saying we need to change it. I'm just pointing out
what
the
do you
different
think?
terms that might be used. Like, is it a certification? Is it a registration? Is it a license?
Well, licensure is the common term,
Right.
and what we use, and I know it sucks to say this, but pardon my language, authorization. Whenever we're referring, because here at HLO, we have licenses, we have registrations, we have certifications, we have every kind of thing imaginable. We call them authorizations. The problem is if we list the word authorization, people are like, but I have a license. What does that mean? So if we use licensure, it's a more common term, so that might be more easily understood. The important thing too, and you guys can think about this as well, put a pin in this and really think about it for the next meeting. We get people all the time, and just in my tenure here, when you used to tell people this doesn't qualify, they'd be like, okay. And now we get pushback. You tell me why this doesn't qualify. You tell me why. You show me the rule that says that digging latrines in Iraq doesn't count. And so these things, when you list for us the work, this is very helpful for the licensing staff. Not considered qualifying registered work experience. Is there anything we need to add? A, can we keep this? And B, is there anything you want to add to it? Because this really helps us when we have somebody who's like, yeah, I was a server in a restaurant. I was responsible for keeping things clean, and I did this and that, and I understand food safety, and then we have to tell them no, and then they get upset. It's so much easier if we have a list of things that don't count. And restaurant operator was something the RAC added, and then they listed this pest control or extermination services separate. Now, we do have pest control up above, but it was on the national level. See, a food processing, it was up here. Yeah, it was management of restaurant at the corporate level, including pest control. So if you wanted to keep C, but down here it was just like working for Advantage spraying ants. They were like, no, that doesn't count.
Well,
Do
I'm
you
thinking about the wastewater side of things, and as we've mentioned, digging a trench or a hole doesn't make you qualified
right?
to be
So what about just on site? Just
Well, that's
on
what I was gonna mention. Like, if you're the guy driving a pumper truck, that probably doesn't make you qualified.
So would that be sanitation services lower than an X level, or is there a way to
Well,
capture that?
yes, because here in Oregon, the DEQ administers licenses for pumpers and installers in the on-site
Mm-hmm.
wastewater industry. And so I think perhaps that experience could count because of the license tied to that and the CEUs tied to that.
Mm-hmm.
But an individual pump truck, a pumper, just the guy driving the truck, sucking up sewage out of a tank, probably it shouldn't qualify.
This is Kruger too. I do think
Operation of
it's
a
quite
sewage
odd
pump.
that they're calling out a restaurant operator as not being qualified to perform the duties of an environmental health specialist. That's the whole reason I got hired to my job in the first place, is my years of experience of working in restaurants. I mean, obviously I had the backing of my degree, but that wasn't, it helped considerably. And so I don't know.
Okay.
I
Okay. If you don't agree, you're the chair of the board. So and this was just something the RAC added. So if you want to strike that and just leave what was here, cook, server, or greeter.
Yeah, I would say I'm a little more comfortable with that language.
I agree with you, Scott. That makes a lot more sense, because if you're an operator, you're probably responsible for being in compliance with the local
Okay.
rules, right?
Right, and you would be interfacing with an inspector, and I think that there's some merit there.
And this is why we ask. So, Sean, how do we feel about D? Or non-certified or something like that?
Yeah, you could say a non-licensed sewage disposal service professional. That probably captures it accurately.
What was that last word?
Sewage disposal service professional, or something like that.
Okay, cool. How are we doing, guys? I know this is exhausting.
I just got tickled because I was like, we're acting like everybody wants to join this profession.
That's so
Well,
true.
Well, I will say though, here's the thing. There are a lot of people, especially young people, who are really fired up about getting into climate control issues and climate change and pollution, and it's getting so much attention now. And the problem was there were folks that were trying to change midstream in school or get degrees afterwards or whatever, and the statutes were so restrictive, it really limited the kinds of people that could flow into this profession. And we're hoping with the statutes opening up that more people will be, passionate about aspects of this and then have an avenue to get in, right? But saying who qualifies is also sometimes helpful when you're looking at these, especially for our licensing staff, because think about them. Who doesn't qualify, right? Because folks will try to sell you on things. I mean, I've had folks that we're like, oh yeah, I've been in marketing. I know everything I need to know about X and Y, and we really need the backing of the board's expertise to say, well, the board reviewed this and they say it doesn't. Because we've even had, not this board, but we've even had individuals who were determined by the board they did not qualify to push the board for a second consideration. So this is helpful, especially for and to guide us on what works and what doesn't work. So if we're okay with that, we can hit continue education. Are we okay? Because we do have some changes here.
Jesse's got a hand up.
Jesse, and I can't see everybody. So Jesse.
Okay, can I go back to the one that you just put down for D, the non-licensed
sewage disposal?
Yeah. So would that really delineates the actual, what about the company? Wouldn't the company be licensed? So if you just changed it to sewage disposal service professional, wouldn't that be more in line with everything else that's on that list?
Yeah, we currently have non-licensed sewage disposal service professional.
So I guess what we're saying here is that somebody who's licensed through DEQ to either dispose of sewage, meaning they own like a pumper business, and there's some environmental pieces that go with that, or an installer. Those are the two licenses we issue, septic installer licenses. I mean, that's could be relative experience for the purposes of environmental health. I mean, understanding wastewater treatment and disposal is a function of environmental health or a piece of environmental health. So I guess I'm getting at the point that like we shouldn't include the non-licensed individuals. So typically you'll have a licensed individual for the company, right? And then we don't want to count the experience of the guy driving the pump truck and turning on a hose, right? But the person overseeing the company has the experience, is required to take an exam and maintain CEUs, related to this profession that is, I would argue, is tied to environmental health. Does that make sense?
It kind of does, but then wouldn't everybody else on that list also have to be non-licensed? A non-licensed pest control person? They don't own the company. They're just doing the services. So I'm trying to figure out how to, it just doesn't feel like it all lines up. It's like all of a sudden this one person, this one sewage disposal person is non-licensed, but everybody else.
Because the licensed sewage disposal people are called out as people who meet the qualifications.
Right.
But are not the licensed pest control people also?
No, they're not.
I'm not sure. Do pest control people have to be licensed?
Yes.
Yeah, they're
My point.
certified, licensed, and bonded.
Okay, so even if they're licensed pest control or extermination, right now we're saying their work doesn't count. But the
Which is
non-licensed,
kind of weird because vector control is part of environmental health, but pest control is not. So it gets kind of.
That's a good point.
This is Kruger. I agree.
yeah, because we have vector control up here. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And you've got pest control, which is odd.
Don't those overlap? Isn't pest
They do,
control part
yeah.
of vector control?
Well, I didn't know that, but on C it says management of a national restaurant chain at the corporate level, including food safety. And if just vector control is there and I can take pest control out, that's okay. Federal codes.
Yeah, I would take pest control out.
Okay. And then we have the federal codes or process control. And then down here, it's just pest control or extermination services. So if you're going out for Advantage or whomever, that is considered, it doesn't, according to the RAC, it didn't count as qualifying work experience. Which
is fair because there's a difference between vector control, which is managing the county or at a jurisdictional level, or in the restaurant, the whole oversight of the whole thing, and pest control, which is the person who comes to your house or comes to your establishment and sprays. They both have to be licensed, but it's back to that same thing of the person who's overseeing everything would be meeting the qualifications, whereas the person who's doing the guy digging the ditch or spraying the stuff doesn't necessarily have the knowledge of what's going on.
Right. And so there might be a better way to say this non-licensed sewage disposal service professional. Like, again, what I'm getting at is the guy driving the pumper truck. So we could noodle on that
operation too. Of a sewage pumper truck. Driving or operating, I don't know.
So is this something you want to ponder and bring back to the next one since we got to
meet next time?
Yeah. The difficulty there is the owner may occasionally be driving the truck, right? And you don't want to discount the fact that he holds a license.
Well, and be just very careful about, we're getting into very specifics. Specifics are good. Sometimes generalizations are good, and anyone and words matter. So anytime someone comes in, just try to think of the unintended consequences. But we can ponder this since we have to meet again.
And can you send this to all the board members when we're done here today?
Are you kidding me? Yeah, it's still going to have smoke coming off of it.
Not that I need more work, but
but see, this is why rulemaking is hard. You guys are essentially working on laws. And it shouldn't be easy, because then we'd be arbitrary and we don't want to be that, right? So
we've been working on it for 2 years at DEQ and we just got them approved.
Trust me. Oh, I know. Rulemaking. Well, and we always say the same thing, which is rulemaking should not make anybody happy because everyone had to compromise.
Well, step 2 is implementation, and that's not always easy either.
Well, that's a whole other bucket of work, but yeah, so we're just the implementation will take care of, but
Right.
this is for you guys. And one of the changes that we made, these are very, very old. This continuing education text is ancient, and as we evolve and move forward, we make changes, and then we look in the rearview mirror and we're like, wow, yeah, this is really out of date. So the changes we made, we're going to just hours, because according to my continuing education expert, nobody does units anymore or credits. It's all hours, right? And we had on here 2 credits or 20 hours every 2 years. Now, I changed that to every registration year because your registrations are 1-year registrations. When you renew, what was that?
I said, this Skirter, thank you.
Yeah.
It just makes
If
it really clear now. Like you need
Wha-
10 hours per year. It's
there you
easy.
go.
Yeah.
And think about it, when you renew, you attest to having the continuing education you need. If it was every 2 years and you thought I'll do it tomorrow or next year, you are falsifying a legal document.
Right.
And that is not a good thing. So we're trying to make everything match. Registration year, 10 hours, simple. If you get 12, good for you, but you can't roll that forward and then only get 8 next year. It's
Well,
not
so
checking.
Anne,
Yes.
this is Rochette. I think this is great. My only concern is, are there any potential unintended consequences here by operating under a 1-year cycle? And I'm thinking of like specific situations where maybe somebody goes out on family medical leave or medical leave, where it prevents them from getting their hours within that 1-year time frame, especially if they're waiting until the last few months to get them. That's what I'm thinking of, is just unintended consequences potentially.
Well, you're supposed to keep up with your requirements. And if you notice, each registrant must report compliance on the renewal. Registrants are subject to provisions regarding periodic audit, and we'll get to that. You got to keep up with your hours. It is a condition, and that's the thing. It is a requirement for renewal. If
Right,
you
right.
if you renew and you don't have what you need and you get audited, well, technically, you didn't qualify to renew.
No, I get
And
that.
that's something we're going through right now is if you don't have what it needs and you renew, number one, there's 2 sins here. Number one, you just falsified a legal document because it's an attestation. It's not a shopping list. Number 2, you didn't qualify to renew. So are you suspended? I don't know. That's
Right,
something
we're just cutting the
regulatory is working
window
on.
in half, though, is what I'm getting at.
Right.
It
Right.
doesn't leave wiggle room in case a event were to happen in a particular annual cycle. That's all I'm saying.
I completely understand that. And that 10 hours. Now, if you think this is up to you, I just sliced what you guys had in half. If you
Right.
think 10 hours is onerous, considering life events and this and that, we got to have something every year because we do everything on a 1-year. And this, environmental health used to be out as a free radical, right? And then it got put under health licensing, and a lot of its old ways, it can be really hard to take a board that's been out doing, letting its freak flag fly for who knows how long, and then all of a sudden they're under all these statutes. HLO statutes everything is on a 1-year cycle, except for cosmetology. I think it's a 2-year, but that's specifically called out. It's everything is done in 1 year. So the idea of this nice, neat 1-year licensure cycle, it's good from here to here, and then kind of fringing out on the outsides with requirements out here. And you'll see we get into audits. If we audit 1-year cycles, and you just haven't done it because of whatever, where does that leave us? You're out of compliance. So if you think 10, we got to do the every year. But if you think 10 is onerous, do you want to change the number? Do you want to drop
It's
it to
not
8?
onerous.
I don't think 10 is onerous at all.
No.
I'm
And they
finishing
can do
the
online,
22nd
so-
season. And I've
Yeah, there's so
never
much
had a
stuff
problem
now
with this.
online.
Yep.
Yeah.
Let's move past it. Sorry,
okay.
sorry, I
No,
brought
no,
it
no.
up.
No, No, please bring stuff up, because if you don't, here's the thing. We want to hash all this stuff out on the front end, because
Right.
we do not want to find, when it comes to rulemaking, and Sean, you know this, you're going to start sweating when I mention this to you. When it comes to rulemaking, the last thing you want is an explosion, an unintended thing at the end, because we
Right.
can make small adjustments now. We have the time to hammer this out. If we adopt proposed, and people come back and say, oh my God, there's this huge change you have to make, we have to start all over, right? So at the end, rulemaking should be quiet. Make the noise at the beginning, get it all hashed out in the beginning, because when you're up against a deadline and you can't make major changes without going back to the beginning, that's painful. Or if somebody issues a petition for rulemaking and then you're in this whole legal pathway that you're on, it can get really upsetting really quickly. So it's better to have these conversations now and let's work it out. You guys are the experts. So if 10 is okay, the other thing we changed, and this is to make things simpler for you. We used to obviously look at number 3. You have to pre-approve continuing education. You know what? No. We're not doing that anymore. We have so many boards and programs. What we're saying is we trust you as professionals to pick out anything as long as it relates to environmental health as it is defined in the statute, or wastewater sanitation as it's defined. Anything that meets that, go forth. Like, we don't care. Go take it. It's fine.
This is Kruger, and is that the conversation that you just began with that statement, that is separate from like OHA requirements to supply an application for an annual education conference and what will qualify and not qualify as CEUs during their AEC?
I don't even know what that is.
Well,
really-
okay, let me break that down for you. What we're told is that when we set up an annual education conference, we have to file an application to the health licensing office to get our CEUs for the annual education conference approved.
No,
So
you
that
don't have to
then
do that
once it's,
anymore.
we don't have to do that anymore.
Nope.
So
Nope.
as long
Just
as it's
operate.
relating to the field, then
Yeah.
wow, you guys are being
I
pretty
love it.
generous.
I love
Yeah,
it.
I mean, great.
Go
Thank you.
crazy. And this is
Yeah.
we trust you as professionals. And back in the day, and I mean, again, everything evolves, right? Certain very suspicious, they want to see everything, they want to check everything. Some people say it's control, other people say it's making sure that I don't show up at something that then doesn't count, right? So this, again, it's a double-edged sword. What we're saying is because the definition is broadening out environmental health, like environmental health, anything you got, we're going to let professionals decide if it meets the definition, and you guys go, we're not going to double check on anything. It's just, if it's audited, you got to be ready to provide. What was the
Right.
question?
And I guess that's kind of where I'm going. This is Kruger. I just wanted to make sure that, let's just say a member, or a participant showed up at an AEC and they felt
Mhm.
like it was, not as it was represented. I suppose they could go through a formal complaint process to the HLO and say, well, this really didn't meet what they said, and I can't really validate that it's, pertinent. So I
Wow,
guess I
that's
suppose they could file a complaint and it would get reviewed by the board.
that's not kind of how it works. I understand what you're thinking, and your thinking is valid, but the way it would work, and we can get down into audits, but the definition for environmental health, or EHS, it's very broad. Like we've mentioned this earlier, it's lots of things, right? As long as you, and the definition of a continuing education is you're not teaching it, like you already know it and you're teaching somebody. You're sitting and you're obtaining knowledge. That's the definition for continuing education. But your definition for environmental health is the art and science of applying sanitary, biological, and physical science principles and knowledge to improve and control the environment and factors therein for the protection of the health and welfare of the public. That's about as broad as it gets, right? So anything that could reasonably fit under that definition counts,
Cool.
right? And we leave it up to you guys are highly educated professionals. You guys can figure it out, right? And we're not going to micromanage this anymore. And so we just say in accordance with or wastewater sanitation as it's defined, right? A person who by education, training, and experience, person, wastewater engaged in the process of disposal, water treatment, disposal, and reuse where soil is used in the final stage of the treatment process. Okay. Find something and it's fine, right? It's okay.
So I've
We're
got a
not going to
follow up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Scott, to build on your point, and
Mhm.
this might address some of your concerns too. I love this personally. Let me say that, this brochette. And the only concern that I see is without having to go through that approval process, individuals might not actually know how many hours they can claim for an individual conference, for example.
Well,
That
that
might
might
be the
be
only gray area.
Yeah, 100%. Well, we have and we took out, and that's another thing. Every place we used to get down on the micromanaging again. You can't count driving, you can't count eating, all of that stuff. You guys are
Breaks, yeah,
professionals,
lunch, yeah.
right? But you guys are professionals. What we're looking for, and you can look at this in the rearview mirror, if you get audited, and we'll go to the next one, we pretty much say you have to maintain whatever you get, your certificate of completion, your agenda, your attendance, whatever shows you were there. Keep it for 4 years because we're trying to standardize, right? If you get audited, we spin the wheel and we audit a percentage of licensees. Usually it's 10%. Okay. So like one wastewater person might get selected. Then there's a whole process down here. You have 30 days from the notification to present us with something that shows you got 10 hours. Okay. Whether it's a certificate, whatever, count the time. And especially with like online stuff, official transcript, affidavit from the sponsor, whatever you got that proves you were there. And these are options. You don't have to have all of this, right? Course
Yeah, and
agenda.
why 4 years instead of 2, especially when we're reducing, some of these cycles to annual, like
It's
on the
some
trainees. Yeah,
Right.
go
It's
ahead.
something that was suggested by our director, and I believe our legal counsel was involved because we have so many programs now. This is what's interesting. We have such a scale now. We have 20 boards and programs. Most of them have CEs. Some of them have thousands of licensees. 10% of thousands of licensees is a lot of work. And
Right.
we're trying to create the worst case scenario for how long it might take us to get back to you. And I think
4
that was just
years?
maybe, who knows? But it was something where they say, okay, if we are auditing, and it takes months and months, because the thing is, if you don't have it within 30 days, we have 30 days to send us your information. If you don't have it, the registrant has 30 more days to submit. So we go through it, we find it's lacking in some way. We let you know. You have 30 more days to either take something or further, find the documentation. And then if you don't have it, then we're going to have to issue a notice. And these are months that go by. Okay, the regulatory process is long, and you might get a civil penalty, you might get a suspension. That might come before the board, right, to decide what the appropriate punishment might be, any kind of sanctions. So that process, when you multiply that by how long that takes with an individual, these are registered letters, 30 days, who's tracking that, looking at the follow-up documentation, we're doing worst case scenario. Just keep your stuff for 4 years, just in case, and then just shred it, and you're fine. But if you don't approve of that, I can certainly take it back to leadership. But we're trying to standardize the window for all 20 of our boards and programs. And we'll probably get another one this session. I think we'll be up to 21. So that everybody who has different requirements and times and everything has a standard amount of time they're keeping their documentation. Because right now, I think some boards are 7 years, some are 2, and we're just trying to institute a little bit more standardization.
I saw there was a
And
hand
can
up.
I Yeah. Also, the reason why we say 4 years is you don't know what year will audit you.
Yeah.
That's why the
Oh,
4 years. Otherwise, we just don't know what year we're going to audit.
Yeah. Tina just fleshed out what I was saying is like, we don't know when we're going to get to you and when that might be, or if we do you now, if we do your board now, when we're going to get to you again. So the safest thing would be is just 4, because no matter where you fall on the cycle, you'll be covered.
so
was
what
the
happens if
argument.
these rules went into effect and it's suddenly 4 years, but people only had 2 years of records because that's what the current rules say?
That's actually, well, it says you have to keep them for 2 years. So the people that are existing right now, these rules go into effect in January, right? We also have what we have at the office, we call the reasonable person standard, right? If the rules change,
Yeah.
and say, you get audited, and if you get audited in 3 years, one would argue that you should have 3 years of records behind you, right?
Right.
You can't do more than that. If it says keep them for 4 years, you get audited, and they're like, okay, they only look at a 1-year period,
Right.
right? So they say we're going to audit the period between X and Y. They're going to look at any rule changes, and they're not going to ask for anything that would be unreasonable based on changes. I mean, because we do this all the time, right? We said, okay, we had a big new requirement that changed. We use the reasonable person standard. And we said, would a reasonable person have this in light of this rule change? And we're not going to come down. I mean, this is all about education. We just want people to do the right thing. We're not punitive. We're not
Sure.
out hunting people. And, and you have so many chances. Like if you can't produce it in 30 days, you get noticed and you have 30 days. And
Well,
a
and I
lot
want to
of
be
times,
realistic about
oh,
the
absolutely.
record keeping that people
Mhm.
do. I have a little bit of heartburn over going from 2 to 4 years. I'm just gonna, say it for the record here, and we'll see what the rest of the board thinks. I know, well, I know people lose stuff. It happens all the time, and it could become, it's another burden we're adding on to people to maintain their records probably better than they are. And everybody panics, if they get audited. It shouldn't be a panic, but people aren't always as organized. So
I
I don't
get
know.
it.
I would question maybe the 4 years. You know, does it need to be more than 2? I think we could make the argument. Should it be 3? I don't know. That's a question for the board as a whole.
We do have the RAC did comment. I was looking at the fiscal impact statement, and they said
Mhm.
4 years of record keeping and no longer pre-approving.
Yeah.
It might be
Yeah.
hard to get information. They did say it was a long time. So this is
Right.
all stuff that I'm going to bring back to leadership. But
Okay.
it's something where, again, if you have 1 or 2 people auditing, and I think our dietitian board in the last year has grown. I think it's almost tripled in the last year. I think it went from 2,000 to like 7,000 or something in a year. 10% of 7,000, 700 audits. That can
Wow.
take a long time. And then the 30 days, and then and then checking what else they send and all that. One of these heavy duty audits, because we're very careful, it can take a long time. So, okay, that's one. And then you got another one, right? So, auditing, and this isn't all these folks do either. They're given exams, they're doing study reviews, they're studying exams in other states, so it's just a matter of, okay, worst case scenario, how long might it take to get to your board and get through it? And that was the number they
Right.
came up with. But
I guess if you don't have the resources, should you be doing audits that are delayed? That's just a philosophical question for the
no, I
group.
get it.
I would
I totally
advocate
get
for
it.
probably something more like either keeping 2 or going to 3. I don't know about 4, but that is just my individual opinion.
Okay. Okay. So does anybody else want to drop that to 3?
I would agree with Sean. I think 3 is reasonable. And I mean, everybody in my office keeps, every one of those records that they've ever gotten forever. Probably should purge our files a little bit, but
Right.
I think 3 is definitely reasonable.
Okay. I will bring that back to leadership. And since, we're not voting on it today, that's less pressure. So what we have here is if you're selected for audit, you have to show us you were there, whatever that looks like. And now with this asynchronous, courses that are available online, I don't know what's out there for you, but it's just prove you were there.
Well,
Right.
this is quarter two. I would say it's probably variable by county agency.
Mhm.
I just know in my agency, we pay for our inspectors annual registration with HLO.
Mhm.
And so I have my own internal audit process because my permits clerks are paying for that. I want those people to come to me and show me that they've got the CEUs in hand. I mean, I'm a
That's great.
small company and I know, I only got 6 people, so I know people have been, but I still want the certificate before we hit the button.
Oh no, that's fantastic. And I mean, and the thing is, if you're a professional and you know what's expected of you, this should not be a big deal. We always say rules are there for people who don't follow the rules, right? So if documentation of CEs is incomplete, and this is after our auditors go through your stuff and they say, hey, just printing, and this is not, some of my examples are not from EHRB, right? Somebody says they read a magazine article waiting at their dentist office on something and they want to count it. And we tell them, no, that doesn't count. Then they have another 30 days from the date of the notice to get additional documentation. Okay, so, and if they don't have it then the regulatory department comes in and there could be sanctions, right? It's just do what you got to do. Because remember, this is a condition for renewal. If you do not have what you need, you do not qualify for renewal, right? So this is something, it is literally a condition for renewal, for registration and renewal, is to get your required CEs. So it's not like an additional burden and we're being mean. This is just, this is fulfilling the mandates of the statute. So I know this was extremely difficult and comprehensive, but we have a couple more steps to take so that our next meeting can be really simple. We have 2 requirements for rulemaking. We have to file a fiscal impact statement, which is these rules as we are proposing them. What is the impact on individuals, units of government, small businesses, licensees, anyone you can think of? Is there a way to mitigate the expense? What are the potential impacts? And it can be positive or negative, right? The positive could be we don't have to go through the steps of pre-approval anymore, and that saves us time, which saves us money. It could be more people will qualify for licensure, and that will get people a living, and we will be able to hire people, which is better. So that can be positive and negative. This is what I got out of the rack, that changing the CE renewals to every year may have a financial impact on counties that employ EHS and wastewater people to send them to conferences more often. That was something they came up with. They said smaller
and the
county
registration and the extension. People will have to pay for the extension of the trainee if it's taken them 2 years, whereas previously they didn't have to do that. Wasn't it good for 2 years?
It was good for 2 years, but we cut it in half.
That's what I mean. Like, won't they have to extend their trainee registration to go into that second year now?
If they need to. If they come in with a graduate degree, they may only need 1.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think most people that are coming in with just a bachelor's degree are going to have to. That's a financial impact. They're going to have to pay.
Yeah. Let's go up to fees and let's see.
However, it used to be 300 and we've cut, or it used to be 200 and we cut it back. Or was it?
No, it was.
Oh, okay.
It was 300 and we cut it back per year, so it'd be 150.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you
never mind then.
Well, no. Here's the thing: if you only need 1 year, and if you're a graduate and you only need 1 year, you don't have to pay for 2. So it's 150 instead of 300.
So that's a positive.
Right. And if you need 2 years, it's going to be the same. It's going to be 300. the same. But you don't have to do, if you can get it done in a year, if you have a master's degree, you don't have to automatically pay for a year you don't need. And so
Yep,
that
got
allows
it.
you to kind of a la carte the fees.
Yeah,
But
that's
that
a
was a
good
great,
change.
good question. Great question. So they said smaller counties, the service levels may be impacted by the CEs. Every year CEs 2 nights, once a year instead of every other year. They mentioned the record keeping and the no longer pre-approving. They said it might be hard to get information on CEs. I wasn't really sure. They said the trainee extensions, they say they remember the 5 years. They said if a trainee extensions were listed as 6 months each, 6 months apiece. And they said if you go full 5 years, that's a lot of money. So we stretched it out to a year. And, so I don't know how you guys feel about that. If
I
you
feel like
need,
that's up to the individual and
yeah,
the employer on how much time they're going to give somebody to get it and how much that will cost.
yeah. And it's up to them. They only have
Right.
to pay for what they need. And if they go longer, if they take advantage of that, it's going to cost them, right?
Yep.
And they also said getting rid of pre-approval saves time for organizers and supervisors, because I felt a huge sigh of relief from you guys on that one. So is there any other fiscal impact, positive or negative, these proposed rules that you can think of at this time?
This is Kruger. I mean, I've been registered this whole time through all of these changes in registration fees, where we were at 150 and then we were at 300, and then they said, no, we can't do that, and went back to 150 again, and then
Wait a minute.
discounts, no discounts. I mean,
Okay.
we've kind of been all over the map, and I I appreciate what people are saying about the financial impacts, but I mean, I think it's incentive to get it done. We can't control life, unfortunately. And I think I'm not as concerned about that.
Okay. Okay. Is there any positives to these potential rules? Opening up the job landscape to people coming from different backgrounds. Is this going to ease? I mean, the time traps, getting rid of the time traps. I would think.
I think the substantive changes that you've all made are awesome. I mean,
Oh, thank you.
we can deliberate on, a lot of the nuances, but the general functionality and flow and requirements is just, it's just less restrictive, and I think people can appreciate that. So I think this will create better pathways to licensure and take a lot of and hopefully, I think the financial impact on the positive side would be, especially if you guys are not having to approve CEUs. I don't know what your financial impact to your agency is on that, but I can imagine it's pretty significant.
We're pushed to the brink in a lot of areas, because we haven't. I mean, I think we've gone from 12 programs to 20, 21 just since I've been here, and there's still 2 policy analysts, still
Well, I
1
think
licensing
Scott's saying
manager.
you're not taking the money to approve CEUs. Is that what you're getting at, Scott?
Oh no, it's just less time. What I got was staff time.
Oh, okay.
And this
Yeah.
is Tina. All of our boards self-attest and don't send in approvals.
Yeah, that's just an
Yeah.
old thing that we want to get rid of. But yeah, but as far as better pathways to licensure, do you think like more opportunities for people who want to enter the field? Ease of the application process. I mean,
Broadening of educational expectations is great.
Could you repeat that, please?
I said just the more broadening of educational expectations or educational criteria to, what am I trying to say? That you're becoming more flexible with the diverse environment that we're working in.
More pathways. Yeah. Yeah. But, at the end of the day, I think the changes are fantastic that are here and needed. I honestly don't think there's much fiscal impact.
Okay. Okay, that's good to know. The other thing, and this always gets awkward, 2993, a House bill that came out a couple of years ago, requires all rulemaking, even if it's something like, a requirement or something, to get feedback on. They're targeting institutional racism in rules, and they're asking for a racial equity statement saying, will these rules positively or negatively impact social determinants of health? If you're born a certain color or in a certain area, that you have health outcomes that are out of your hands, walkable areas, access to fresh food, anything that these rules have that could close the racial equity gap in Oregon. And
I think Scott just alluded to that, in opening up the different pathways and what counts, educationally towards these licenses is a positive.
That's great. The RAC did say everything applies to everyone the same. They weren't using the same lenses as you. They said benefit, more pathways get people qualified. They said,
yeah,
making the hour. Oh yeah, they were talking about the hours. One of the people on the RAC was a licensed DHS, and they said that they freaked anytime they had to take time off because they were worried about their hours. So
right.
Having it more of a definition of 2 hours worth took a lot of pressure off people with families, or it allowed life to happen. And they did say though, the allowing the more time, I hadn't thought about this, but they said they had a colleague who was not from America, and they really struggled with the NEHA exam in English, and they had to take it a few times. And having that extra window, allowing them to extend their trainee, took some pressure off them as they struggled getting the concepts into English, in the ways they needed to answer.
Yeah.
So I thought that was really interesting. Was there anything else that jumped to mind?
Well, this is Kruger, based on what you just said, the NEHA exam isn't offered in other languages besides English?
That's what this person on the RAC said.
Well, I'd like to research that. I'll reach out. I have access to my regional vice president, and I would like to ask him that question, because I can't imagine that they're not landing on DEI every day at NEHA and having alternative formats for
Right.
people that are professionals but not using English as a first language.
Sure. Who's to say when this happened too? I mean,
Yeah.
Right.
the NEHA has been giving exams for a long time, and DEI is really reaching its stride in the last, I'd say, 5 or 6. So this might have happened before, but they were just speaking to the increased window. And if you have any difficulty, that having that extra trainee window would allow for any of those unintended difficulties. But
Well, again, this is Kruger. What running long on time here, but I mean, what
Okay.
does your agency do as environmental health specialists are coming in that don't have English as their first language? What services do you offer?
Oh my goodness. I can't speak to all the specifics, but I do know we do offer a lot more. I don't do this. The quality control person who also does the continuing education, she's kind of not the audits, but the overall kind of management of the communication of it. Language services. I know we have several exams for different professions translated into 3 or 4 languages. We have language services now offered through the Oregon Health Authority that we have never had before. I've never had to run the track on those, so I'm not exactly sure what the process is, but it is coming a long way really fast on what's available.
I can comment on that too. Like,
Please
just being
do,
a
Sean.
being a state employee, like there's in general, I think most agencies have a interpretation service available. And there's always the option to request reasonable accommodations.
Yes, that is absolutely true. And we do that here. We know some folks struggle if English is not your first language. Tina could give you specifics if you require them, but we sometimes give people extra time. We
learning
have
disabilities, for example.
Right. Oh,
Yeah.
absolutely. We have all the ADA accommodations. We also have
Interpreters.
Yep, we have interpreters. We
Yeah.
have study reviews. If people are struggling, we actually have staff that will sit down with them and go over the things that they missed right before they take another exam. And a lot of them it's language issues, or perhaps their career school didn't really go over a certain area. Well, we're going to help them because we want people to get, I mean, we want qualified people, but we want people to get licensed and to go to work, so we do, I mean, of all the places that I know about, and I'm in so many knowledge shares as a rules coordinator, we go so far to meet people where they are. And because it's important,
Yeah.
and so, but we can't speak for NEHA. We can't do things for them.
Right. Yeah.
But anyway, that's what we do, and we try really, really hard. So is there anything else as far as racial equity? And then we can get into scheduling our next emergency meeting.
I just have one quick thing. This is Rosette.
Please.
It's, and this is not specific to the changes being made, but I think the requirements as a whole for the pathways to become an REHS or wastewater specialist. We talked about this earlier. I think there may be some inequities in the focus and requirement to have these minimum degrees, and not recognizing, pathways that may circumvent a full degree, if you will, and maybe substitute that educational piece for actual work experience. So I think that has been the case with the pathways that exist, and the proposed rule changes make it better. But there's
But
still
it's not there
that
yet.
barrier. Well, yeah, we still require a bachelor's degree. That's what it comes down to.
Right. And it's something, Sean, in your, obviously your copious rulemaking free time, to think about if you want to put a concept through and get some things repaired, or not repaired because they're broken, but moved forward. Because I mean, we're all talking about public health modernization, right? Like moving the needle and making sure that people are qualified to protect the resources of Oregon and think
Right.
about it. And if you're going to put a concept through, that's your chance. Go ahead and modernize some things. Just because this is the first step in 40 years, 50 years, that you guys are making. That's a huge jump. But going from 0 to 80 doesn't get you to the 100 you want. So you might want to look at, okay, this is good, but it could be better. And
always.
and continue to refine. Don't wait, because sometimes there's no such thing as a bad concept. Sometimes there's concepts whose time haven't come yet. Maybe, it might be hard to get it through. The legislative session is like, you never know what's going to happen. You just don't know. So it might take a perfectly good concept carried by a legislator, might take a couple of tries to get it through.
And this isn't specific. This is not specific to this board, or I mean, this is a construct of our society as a whole, that we have these inequitable practices that place a lot of emphasis on education and these things, where certain groups of people have not had those opportunities to obtain that same education.
That's absolutely right. No, I mean,
Right.
that's a generic concept that applies.
Right.
You could save as that into like 100 different circumstances, right?
Totally.
And that's why they want us to look at these things. Now, I think broadening it out is going to help, but it brings you back to
There's still a minimum,
the education piece, right? There's a minimum piece. And so the question becomes balancing public safety with accessibility as far as people in the work. And when you look at the work, you're like, do you really can you get the kind of experience you need to be really good at this? And the other assumption, and I'm kind of backing up over myself a little bit, whenever it comes to judgment, looking at a situation, evaluating the risks, coming up with a solution, and attacking it, whenever you have judgment, there's 3 components traditionally: education, psychometrically approved exam, supervised experience. Right? Those are the 3 components, whether it's law, medicine, even journalism, even anything that takes what you learn in school and putting it into practice, giving it a try with somebody watching over you so you can't mess it up too badly, and developing that judgment. So if you're going to put a concept forward, think about what might a person have to have in order to have that judgment? Not one piece of it, but be able to look at a situation, evaluate, and see, that's the other thing, is the diagnosis part. Time and time again in professions, it's not the treatment, it's the diagnostic component that holds the largest area of risk, right? And what do you have to have that kind of judgment? And just think about it, you know?
And that's, I think the fundamental question I'm getting at is, could you substitute some of the education for professional experience, worked experience?
Exactly. And what
Yeah.
would that look like? And you
Correct.
saw when we started getting into what counts and what doesn't, how bloody hard that can be. Right?
Right.
It's exhausting to say you're okay, you're not, and why, you know? And so think about that. And that's, and something
Yep.
maybe if it's minor, we can add it on the next one. You guys are absolute Trojans. I appreciate it. So we need to look at the calendar, because I apologize. We got to slam something else on the calendar for this month. And it is a thick, thick, thick month.
Mhm.
I have like 3 other pieces of legislation moving. So I know you guys, oh my God, we have no time. I know you guys like to meet on Friday. Oh my goodness. What about next Friday? Can we do this? Because I should be able to get all this hammered out by next week.
I would only be available in the afternoon from 1 p.m. forward.
I could do that. Let's see, what else have we got? We have an opening on Tuesday. I could do Wednesday.
Tuesday the 21st.
Yeah, I could do Tuesday, Wednesday. I could do Thursday or Friday.
Yeah, unfortunately, I have to do fee justification to my Board of Commissioners on Tuesday.
What about Thursday?
Yeah.
I know I'm feeling pretty slammed myself.
If we have to do it, we could do what about the 27th? I hate to push it out that far, but
already full. I'll actually no, I could actually on Monday the 27th, I could actually do 9 to noon.
I'd have to do morning as well myself.
okay. We could pull it off. I mean, we did the unless you have something to add, we did the fiscal, we did the racial, we did 95% of what we need to do. Okay, we need to hammer out if you guys have any additional additions or subtractions in the supervisor equivalency piece or the work experience equivalency piece, and we have to go after that master's degree with 1 year in the trainee world. I got to figure that one out. But if we did the 27th, 9 to noon, and hope to God we don't need that much, is that okay?
I can manage that, yes. And I do appreciate when Josh is actually adding those to our calendar. It's really helpful.
Josh is amazing. He's a superhero. I don't know how long we're going to be lucky enough to have him. When people realize how cool he is. Okay.
I might only be able to go till 11 that day.
Oh, that's okay. If we can say 9 to noon and you stay as long as you can. So we have Scott can do it. Okay, we have
I'm good, 9
Sean,
to 11. Yep.
Bonnie.
Yes, I can do that.
Okay. Jesse.
I'm good.
Okay, so that's 4. Who am I missing?
Dr.
Lamb. I can attend.
Dr. Lamb.
I can attend. Yeah, I can attend, but I need to point out something I just read just a few minutes ago, referring to the statutes that pertain to the members of this board.
Yes.
One shall be a physician licensed to practice medicine or surgery by the Oregon Board who has an emphasis in public health. I retired in January and my license lapsed in June. I'm no longer licensed by the board.
Okay.
So I don't think I'm eligible to be a member of this board.
Well, Dr. Lamb, if you would be kind enough, as far as I know of.
Hi, this is Chrissy. Dr. Lamb, I'd like to connect with you offline and go forward with some possibilities of what we can do to keep you on board. So I will reach out to you via
Thank you,
email
Crooksy.
right after this meeting.
Okay.
Another
to call him
superhero.
Chrissy.
Chrissy is another superhero who doesn't wear a cape. Fantastic. So Jesse's going to talk to Dr. Lamb, or Chrissy, and then we have Jesse, Bonnie, Sean, and Scott. That would get us quorum for 9 o'clock. We'll say to noon. Hopefully you don't go that far on October 27th. Are we cool?
Would you, is somebody going to reach out to Rhonda Robb as well, just to at least give her the
100
opportunity to weigh in?
Oh, 100%. No, this is going to be announced. I just want to make sure with a tight timeline like this, because we are really getting up against it, that we have at least a quorum present speaking now, and hopefully she can attend. We will get that to her very, very quickly. So if we're okay, we don't have to take a vote because we're not ready. And if we're all done, I will release you into the wild. And we will see you again on the 27th. I'm going to send out a copy of the rules as we worked on them today. And I'm going to seek some advice from leadership really quickly. And we will see you on the 27th.
Thank you.
If you could adjourn us out, you guys are all amazing. Thank you.
Yeah, the Environmental Health Registration Board meeting is adjourned at 1:40 p.m.
Thank you all so much. See you in a week.
Thank you. You bet.
Thank you.
Thanks.
This is Lamb.